Did you know that?
The sun?
Yeah, you guys don't see that here, do you?
We don't have the sun here. No.
I didn't.
We're in the Enrichment. The sun is not. But you pay as if we have the sun. So it's a little feature of San Francisco called price gouging.
Yeah, for those of you who are joining the call, two of us here are from the East Bay. One of us lives in the city, which is clearly where we are, and the other is from my favorite city in the world, which is Berlin. But joining us from New York, we're ready to go. You want to get started?
Yeah, let's get started.
Okay, folks. Hello, founders, people that are into clay, and people that have nothing better to do than to learn about go-to-market automation on a Saturday. Clearly, I've not had enough coffee yet. Welcome to the Go-to-Market Cannonball. Joining me today are Jordan Crawford, founder and self-confessed data geek of Blueprint GTM. Andreas Vertica, you're welcome for the German pronunciation. Andreas, he is founder of Snowball Consult. He builds go-to-market automation. And to give you some idea of his character and judgment, he actually admires Jordan Crawford. Finally, we have Kellen Casebeer, founder of the Deal Lab. Unlike Andreas, he does not like or respect Jordan. And finally, I am Doug Bell, partner and CMO at Chief Outsiders, boy dad, and the facilitator for today. Welcome, Andreas and Kellen and Jordan. Jordan, thanks for organizing the Cannonball. All right, I'm going to go left to right. Jordan, we're going to hear way too much of you. A little bounce there.
I know, I killed my audio.
Yeah. So, Andreas, tell us about yourself.
Hey everybody, really happy to be here. As he said, I'm focusing on go-to-market automations. My neck is a little bit accuracy, so I always try a little bit harder to get a little bit better results. And I've always my friend Jordan reining me in to get right what's important. And I'm happy to be on board. Kellen?
How's it going, everyone? So Kellen Casebeer, founder of the Deal Lab. I run a growth agency. As soon as I heard these guys were doing this, I basically hit up Jordan and asked if I could come watch over his shoulder. And next thing you know, you're sitting here on camera. So here we are. Super stoked to be with you guys and appreciate the time. Good morning, everyone, by the way.
Okay, we're learning about hot mic and not hot mic, folks. Sorry for the bouncing all over the place here. It is way early on a Saturday morning, 10:06 here on the West Coast. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. I'm going to go over to Jordan. Jordan, tell us very briefly about yourself. Please don't bloviate. You have 5 seconds. I get it. I thank you. Let me do.
Doug didn't grow up with Zoom or the internet. He grew up with dinosaurs, and so we have to teach him how to use Zoom. I'm Jordan Crawford. I'm the person that decided to take Ryan here of Shovels on this deranged exercise to be able to, in the next 4 hours, launch a full go-to-market motion. I run a company called Blueprint. We will help you build out clay systems and basically score your entire market by the problems that you solve. And you'll basically see the kinds of stuff that we do today on this call. So Doug, do you want to set it up or do you want me to kind of roll through it?
Take us through what a cannonball is. And I love the sort of metaphor for the bad 70s movie and sort of the idea of what we're trying to get through today.
Yeah, so the whole idea with the cannonball is that we will roll from 0 to shipped campaigns. So the idea is in the next 4 hours, we will do things like ICP definition, ideal customer profile. We're going to do things like connect that to messaging, identify targeting. We're actually going to get inside of Clay in this case and Appify, are the kind of two primary tools that we will use. And then all the way to attempt to get to a shipped campaign in the next 4 hours. We've done a little bit of prep work so that we can understand the best place to start. But other than that, you're going to see the thinking behind everything that we do, the dead ends that we run into, and of course, hopefully the final shipped campaign in the next 4 hours. And to give you an idea about where this will go, is the first 30 minutes, we're going to do a lot of setup here, which is like, why did we pick this segment? Where is Shovels at? What does Shovels do? Because you can't determine where you end unless you know where you began. And path dependency is real. And so I think that this becomes near impossible to do what we're doing if you don't pick a really aggressively tight segment. And you don't pick a really good list about where to begin. And if you do that, that means that you have just a tremendous capability to get the messaging right, to get all the targeting right, and to be able to do this type of thing at scale. And so when people talk about Clay and APIs and generative AI. What they're trying to do is they're trying to use generative AI to message the world. They're trying to say, yo, AI, tell me if this is a good fit. Yo, AI, write a message for this person. And you see a lot of these new go-to-market tools, which are, the whole point of them is like, take a signal and then send a message like, hey, Doug, I see you wear glasses and live on the second best city in the Bay Area, not San Francisco. I sell blah, 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 blah. And will you spend 15 minutes? And the generative AI in this case is the personalization about how you like to wear glasses and how you don't know how to use the mute button on Zoom, right? This is not, we've known each other for a while. So this is not the way that the future of go-to-market happens, but you have to be able to deploy a framework, which I call creative constraint with context for these generative models, which is like the AI can be super creative, but you need to give it the context and the constraint, which is, here's exactly what I want you to do. Otherwise, the model will hold your Kellen case beer. Like, that's what it's going to tell you to do. And this will be terrible. So that's the whole idea behind the Cannonball. And that's what we're going to try to get done.
Let's want to give a shout out to sponsors.
Oh, yes. There are many people that made this happen. Let me go through them in no particular order. Jesse Ouellette from Lead Magic, thank you so much. He's donated some credits for some phone calls and email credits here for this event. My good friend Grant, who runs Gamma. If it's a presentation app that we'll be showing here, it's an amazingly great AI app. My whole website, Blueprint GTM, is built on it. You can use code Blueprint to get a month for free. He's also going to be sponsoring the banana. He doesn't know this yet, but he's sponsoring the bananas that we're eating, of course, for breakfast here, and the DoorDash that we're getting for lunch. Clay is a sponsor. Clay has donated some credits. We've got Bo here live from Clay. So when we break Clay, Bo will be able to tell us how we're breaking it and how we unbreak it. Nick from HeyReach. So we've got some LinkedIn automation tool. But Bob from Smart Lead. So we've got a Smart Lead account that is getting things kicked off. Benjamin from Full Enrich. Full Enrich is a waterfall email provider that we're going to be using to get our emails. I think that's it. I might have missed some. I just texted a bunch of my friends. I'm like, yo, will you do this thing for us? They're like, yeah, sure. So yeah, so that's what we got today for sponsors.
Okay, good. So there was some prep, right, guys? There was some prep for this. It's not like we're cold. Otherwise, it would be maybe an 8-hour session. Talk to us a little bit about how you guys got ready for today.
Okay, the prep is really important. So we let's walk you through everything that we did in the conversation. 1 week. We've got 1 week of prep and maybe a total of 8 hours. 8 hours in sort of scraping. But most importantly, what we did is we met with the Shovels team. We said, who do you sell to? And of course, the first thing it's like, everyone needs permits. They didn't say that, but most companies say everyone needs permits. Shovels is, to give you some context, Shovels is a company that has an API and an interface to be able to look up any permit history. So you get your roof done, you get electrical systems done, you have to file a permit. Well, Shovels has done the hard work of gathering up all of those permits and making them in sort of this PLG interface, product-led growth here. So any sales rep at kind of any company that needs permit information can go on and look up a permit. So the question is, well, who needs this, right? That's the first question I always ask. Who needs this, and how badly do they need it? And more specifically, why do they need it? Why can't they do this in some other way? So got on the horn with Ryan, and we said, okay, great. So what is your target? Now, Shovels is relatively new. So at an early stage startup, you don't really know who you're targeting, right? It's like, it's your best guess. And these are the companies that I love working with because they can throw stuff at the wall. And your job is to throw the best possible spaghetti you have at the smallest possible wall. So they said, okay, well, we go after prop tech companies. I said, okay, great. Now, a prop tech company could be anything, right? Like, it could be someone that does commercial or residential. They could work on, anything related to property, right? And they could be just real estate. They could be selling and buying homes, right? So we thought about this segment, and we thought, wow, this is going to be really, really hard to do go to market, because that means that we're going to have to basically pull a list from a tool like Ocean, also a sponsor, forgot to mention them, and say, okay, great, give me all the prop tech companies. Well, that is a gigantically wide list. It could be anyone. And so what you would have to do in that case is you would have to offload that work to generative AI. You'd have to say, hey, take this company's website, which is generally how we do this, feed that into AI and say, is this a good fit for me? And here are the criteria. You can do that stuff. You can work with a Claude or a ChatGPT to build an AI prompt to do that. But it gets it wrong a lot because because you don't really know. You haven't gone through the work of looking at the 50 different prop tech companies, and AI is making its best guess. So, so on Thursday, we had a conversation with the Shovels team, and I was like, I don't know. This is good. I mean, we will get hit by the cannon if in the Cannonball if we do this segment. So Ryan said, well, these permits have categories, right? They're all categories. We've done all the categorization work, so we know, is it a roofing job? Is it an electrical job? Is it an HVAC job? Okay. So we're getting close to some sort of a segment here, something that has a consistent theme. So that's really helpful. I said, okay, well, let's pick a segment. Let's figure out a segment of the market, basically of your permits. So fortunately, this product led itself to some segmentation, which was great. So it was segmentation in the data, which became segmentation in the market approach. So we said, okay, great. So what we're going to do is we're going to go after roofing, right? So basically in the roofing category, there are sort of 3 types of players. There's the actual roofers, the people that do real work in the economy, unlike the 4 of us here. There are the distributors, the people that actually will sell the material to those roofers, and then they're the manufacturers, right? The people, and in this case, Gaff is who we picked, which they're the largest manufacturer of roofing material in the country, 20 to 30% market share of all of the materials. So there's a 1 in 3 chance that we've got Gaff here on our.
So I feel like we've done a really good job of edging up to the point that we're describing the big part of the initial exercise, which is what is the ideal customer profile? What's the ICP? So before we get there, for those of us on the call today that think in terms of go-to-market dynamics, I need some architecture. So help me there. Talk to me about the average deal size. What's the average length of a sales cycle? Talk to me about their current go-to-market model. Is it direct? Is it indirect? Sort of walk us through some of that stuff. And then we'll spend just a teeny bit of time on unit economics, like customer lifetime value.
Those are great questions that I wish I had asked the Shovels team. I did not do any of that. I was really trying to get, because this is and actually I don't know if Ryan's on the call, but we didn't do the real true work that you would do if you had more time, and the work that you would do at Chief Outsiders here to say like, okay, well, what's your average deal size? What's the cycle length? How much are they spending? Under which conditions, right? So this is a best guess hypothesis of a niche thing that we can go and test in market. And so unlike the way that you might think about this for a more like a super large or established brand, this is a total bottom of the ground hypothesis, which is like, okay, great. We have some understanding, and I think maybe they have a couple of deals in this. They're a relatively early stage company. They have a couple of deals in this category here. But the idea was that permit data for the sales reps at the distributors is uniquely valuable. So we kind of started from a first principle standpoint. So permit data is uniquely valuable because unlike if you were to just Google contractor in Minnesota in 98165, you wouldn't know how many jobs they've done. You could get Google reviews, kind of. You wouldn't know what materials they use. It turns out that's in the API, so they can actually talk about materials. And you wouldn't know basically how many deals have they done in any given time period. So the time period stuff is on the permit. So the permit has a really good amount of information that that will help you basically be able to send a message, which is kind of where I started, which is generally where I start with like earlier stage companies that don't have any idea, which is like, what is the best message we could send? If you were a sales rep, a regional sales rep, or whatever at a roofing distributor company, what would be something that would be, this is what I always say, it's like, that would be independently valuable to you? What is what is a cold email, a cold message that you would pay to receive? So instead of doing, and by the way, this is why what you do is so important, Doug, is that this whole thing is a hypothesis about starting from the backwards, starting from the end, and trying to identify if this segment responds. And if you can do this so quickly, maybe, and I'm curious to get your thoughts here, maybe you could test your way into finding the segments that are most valuable to you.
Okay, so in many ways, we're emulating the pivot that a lot of founders go through, or some of the ideation that goes into determining what my first, to quote Jeffrey Moore, sort of what my first pin in the bowling alley is going to be. So if we have anybody from the Shovels team that can give us some of those unit economics, or sorry, some of those factors like average deal size, Jordan, before you, I think you mentioned about 400K, so reasonably large deals. Is that right?
Sorry, 400K is their total. That's what they're making in total. That's like their total ARR, which I don't know if I should share that, but that's what they're doing.
Okay, good job. Okay, if you did and you shouldn't have, we'll just delete it from everybody's memories. So if anybody from the Shovel team can just give us what we think those numbers will be, will be. I'll list them out later on. So average deal size, average deal length. All right. So Jordan, I would love to understand how somebody goes about today creating an ICP. Will you sort of walk us through what that process looks like? I'm happy to sort of share what I do, because for me, this is sort of the crux of what we're doing as founders quite often, which is we're trying to have a well-informed and considered running start, but we know we're not going to be perfect. So just walk us through what the current state is, and I'll sort of walk you through my process a bit so people will understand just how much of a leap this is really at the end of the day, especially for the founder class.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to hand over to you for this process, but let me talk to you about how I think about it, because the rigorous process that the types of things that you do are absolutely critical for getting this right. So at such an early stage, the main thing that I'm attempting to do is to force the founders and the team to work backwards from understanding of the tightest possible segment that would value a message. And I think about it like this because in order to do anything at scale, everything goes to holy hell if you don't start with a list that has an opinion. And what I mean by that is I get into this problem all the time. Oh my God. I've got so many headaches pulling lists from Apollo or even Ocean, because you're like, I've got an industry. And what are the differences in the industry? Like sometimes they're really wide. And especially if you're selling to tech, like I've never met a B2B SaaS company that looks like any other B2B SaaS company. But these days, I try to build most of my list from places that have deep opinions about why someone is on that list. And the B2B SaaS founder might think the Cloud 100 or something, but I look at like industry trade associations. So like today, we're going to show you how to scrape the Gaff website of their distributors. So if I go to you, Doug, and I say, you are a Gaff distributor, I can be near 100% certain that that is correct. If I go pull that from some data aggregator, even from Apollo or whatever, right? Like it's got to be 60% accurate, maybe 70 max. And once you start to, and you begin there and you segment down further, which is if you're a Gaff distributor and you don't have any field sales, I don't want you. So suddenly your list gets smaller and smaller and smaller, but you can do a bunch of stuff with automation if that list is so tight, because you want to try to not filter it as much as you can. But when you do filter it, all of the automation works because it comes in with a ton of assumptions. And what you're going to see later today here, and we will get, this is not going to be a talking heads podcast, like I promise you. We will dive into things, but this setup, people really want to get into tactics. They're obsessed with tactics, and I get it. I understand that what we're talking about is abstract here, and you probably heard some of this stuff before, but it is the single thing that it's eating your vegetables. It's people like, I know I need to do it, but let's just skip to dessert. And you die that way if you just eat ice cream all day long. So really this is about starting with a really, really great list, defining that opinion, using some of the tools to, because remember, we've confined AI. AI knows that these are roofing distributors. AI has all of the permit data, which we're going to show you how we pulled that from Shovels API and Clay. And AI knows what we're trying to accomplish. And so the task that you're asking AI to do is already comes with so many opinions. It doesn't have to do things like, is this a good fit for me? Which is an impossible question for AI to answer because you don't know. And so the whole idea of ICP and persona definition is really about how do you scale? How do you scale a business? But yeah, go for it.
Okay, so we want to get to the build. We'll make a couple more comments, and then Jordan, you're going to sort of guide us through what's next in terms of how we're going to get to the ICP. I'm going to make a couple of comments here. One is, if you can cycle through and test your segments as quickly as Jordan is going to show us how to do, you reduce there's almost market arbitrage, if you will, meaning, or segment arbitrage, better way to put it, right? So the quicker I can sort of test through the things, this is the thing I would sort of make sure folks are nailing down on this sleepy Saturday morning, is this is about the rapidity of testing segments at the end of the day. We're going to cloak it in the idea of an ideal customer profile, persona. I'm going to just mention really quickly that the current process, if you bring on somebody like me, I'm not cheap, by the way, but if you bring on somebody like me, I'm going to use a combination of the qualitative and quantitative. And quite often, and Jordan, this is really the crossover between the two methodologies. It's as much about sort of the intuition and pattern matching and recognizing what's in the data, and also squaring that what you're hearing from, say, prospects or customers and how they use that data. So that's not today, right? We're sort of saying the qualitative piece is not something we have time for. But I think, Jordan, you and I are in biggest agreement. The analytical piece is really important. Please layer on that qualitative data. But what we're going to be able to do today is to show you how to really quickly test and identify segments. And that means from really nascency all the way through to executing a LinkedIn campaign. We're going to get you there today. And Jordan, I'm understanding an email campaign as well. Perfect. All right, Jordan, take us away from the next step.
Okay, yeah, and I do want to close out on that point here, because I have something called the go-to-market insight triangle, which basically starts with a customer interview, goes to data, or basically what you're trying to do is go from a customer understanding, this is where you always start, square that with the data, take that to hypothesis, and bring that value prop back to a customer. Because the customer understands the messaging, they will understand if it resonates. And absolutely, Doug, if I were to do this in more than a week and more than this time, I would absolutely say, okay, what does the data say? What do the sellers say? And what does the customer say? And those, as you know, Doug, those three things are in wild disagreement usually. And one of the key values here is getting the founder to pick. And your VCs will always say, but your TAM's too small. And I'm like, look, go in serial, take a small TAM. And this is what Sam Altman said a while back. It's like, yo, in YC, almost all the people that were very successful started with like very, very small. Like a friend of mine runs a company that sells like petroleum software. And like any VC is going to look at that like, how much people get their petroleum software, right? But it's like, all their messaging basically comes for free. It's not like they wake up in the morning and they're like, should we go after tire companies? But if you're a B2B SaaS company selling to other B2B SaaS companies, that's your day-to-day. And it waters down your product, it waters down your messaging, it waters down absolutely everything. Okay, so let's I'm gonna dive into Clay now, because that's what y'all came for, I hope.
Jordan, let's take one quick break. Just a quick second. We have questions, and also for some reason the Zoom is capping out at 100. We did upgrade it to 500, so I didn't want to interrupt you in the flow, but do you want to look into it? We have to do it in your account.
Let me just give you my...
Okay, let's do that. So sorry everyone, we did look into it, the payment went through, and I'm gonna go through the settings and see if we can increase the limit above 100.
Okay, well, Jordan, you're gonna mute. Somebody's going to mute for me. As Jordan's going through this, folks, sorry about the screw up. That is Jordan, by the way, almost there most of the time. So as we get sort of set up towards this and we move into Clay, I'm going to mention a couple of things. If you have not read Crossing the Chasm, shame on you if you're on the call and you have read the Crossing the Chasm. A lot of what we're going to be talking about today is going to be very much based on those concepts. And so you'll hear me refer to things like the bowling alley, which is simply a reference to really how Jeffrey Moore sort of thinks about your first successful segment. And so as you're hearing me refer to that, that's what that's about. I also want to just mention that as we sort of work through this stuff, there's going to be a certain degree of forming and storming as we go. I also want to thank the Shovels team. I've got some data here for us, folks. We asked before about ACV. It's about 5 to 6K per year. Average sales cycle is about 1 to 3 months. And that's really helpful as we sort of understand, Jordan, how quickly we can impact their revenue cycle, right? So it's a relatively low for SaaS subscription level, right? Which means that we're looking for lots and lots of transactions ultimately. We need to prove in a given segment that we can make these things hold up, 5, 6K, 1 month to 3 month sales cycle, but that'll give us some idea of what we're working towards. We're not trying to land $500,000 deals. This is about getting to as large enough audience as quickly enough to really make the unit economics work.
Yeah, this is exactly right. And Doug, to your point earlier about the segmentation piece, it's that if you segment right, you can run these things pretty quickly. This is, by the way, this is my black. So if you've ever seen in my videos on LinkedIn, this is what you're looking at. You're looking at a poor man's pop-up black background. It turns out if you zoom in close enough to a $100 bill, it seems like someone has lots and lots of money. This is the same effect here with the background. Okay, so we're gonna dive into the Clay table now, and I'm gonna walk you through. I basically thought about approaching this in 2 separate ways. The first way that I thought about approaching this was from taking this segment and diving into basically finding all the people and then querying the Shovels API to give those people data. Charlie Munger is one of my favorite thinkers, and he always talks about inversion. So if a problem isn't working in one direction, try it in the other. So when we made that attempt yesterday, it turns out that there are a lot of cases where Shovels just doesn't have permit data. And there's no knock on their API, like, you know, just downtown Manhattan maybe just doesn't have a lot of roofs. I don't know. But so we inverted it and we said, okay, what we did is we uploaded, and this is probably a pretty good time to share the screen here. We inverted the question and say we wanted to start with the entire universe. So we want to start with the entire universe of all zip codes in the country. So let's start there. And let me share this and I'll walk you through the Clay table. 101 participants. We cracked it, huh? Amazing. You just had to wait 31 minutes. Wait 31 minutes to see a go to market Cannonball. There's one. Yeah. Just jump in the tactics. Okay. So I have just a public list here, which is we can give you access to this link, but basically it's every zip code in the country. And so let's actually remove the filter on this. I always do this. I always turn off auto update because in this case I just would hammer the API, which is probably okay. So I just don't want it to update anything when I remove the filter. So we called the Shovels API. Thanks, shout out to their engineering team. And we called every single zip code in the country. So let's like go over to this this flow. Now this is just like you can get this list for free online. It's like zip codes in the country or whatever. So we did count of roofing permits by zip. So turns out that this is an API call that we can basically understand what a market is doing. And so let me like dive into the API call. Every time I call an API call here, Bo has to hurriedly work on the back end to fetch the results of the. Thanks, Bo. So what we basically did is we said, okay, great. This is the API. We want to look at the markets, the permits. We've got a zip code. So I had to do this formula inside of Clay to correct the zip code because the 2 leading zeros basically were cut off. And then we said, great, we want all permits that start after the 1st of this year with the tag re-roof. So they've the Shovels API has basically tagged all these permits. And we want 100. So Clay has kind of a maximum where all the columns will sort of puke out. So, okay, great. So let's look at actually what we have here. So in this case, for this particular zip code, we have 9 items. And this is gets a little complicated in the way the API is set up. And by the way, I'm going to say some stuff about the Shovels API. This is the case with any API that you work with. There's going to be some engineer in some basement that has probably never had to use the thing in production, and they have built that API in a certain way. And for sure, it's not the way that you want to use it. So, so you're going to have to go through hurdles when you go through this process, which is and this is kind of the beauty of Clay, is that an API that is 80% perfect can kind of become 100% perfect for you with some of the formulas. So, so basically I called the API and I said, okay, well, in this case, there were 9 re-roofing permits. And this is saying there was 1 permit in the 7th month of 2024, May, June, July. Is that July? 2 in this month. There are 25 in April. There are 35 in March. So we basically now have an understanding of how many total permits have been pulled in roofing for 2024. Now, this is important because remember, we talked about this inversion quality here. We actually wanted to start with where does Shovel have the best coverage? So I want to play in the category that where I know I've got the best data, right? So I only want to be, I don't want to reach out to someone in Charlottesville and not be able to give them any data. So this is why we went with the approach of scanning the country. Now, I end up doing this a lot. Zip codes are sort of a beautiful way to sort the world. I've got another project that I ran where we looked at all of the different, we used a ClayGen here, which is Clay's AI agent, to be able to look at the entire world and say, where are the budgets in city governments? Who are responsible for those budgets? And we wrote that stuff to a new table. And so this is a great way of filtering the world if you have questions about what's going on in any given city. Okay, Andreas did some things. Okay, this array summation, which is that's a fancy word. So basically I said, yo, there is a count field in every one of these items in this array. These are the count of roofing permits. I want you to take the number in every count field and every part of this array and sum them. So remember we saw the little pieces of this, which are count by month of roofing permits, right? So this is going to allow me to sort of sort the world of where Shovels has the most amount of roofing permits. So if I want to do this, I can do sort. And I'm going to sort by array summation, 9 to 1. Great. Go ahead and do that, right? I did. Okay. So where is this? New York. Good. In Volusia. Do you know how to pronounce that name, Andreas? Volusia, Volusia County. So 2,423. They are doing some dastardly shit to their roofs in this county. So a bunch of roof permits are filed. This data is gold, right? Which is if you are a roofing contractor anywhere in the country, go here because you can see most things. It's not total power law here, but there's a gigantic drop off, right? These are the places. Imagine if you were a private equity company and you were we want to start a roofing company. Where should we start? Well, the Shovels API can tell you what free advice here. Okay, so from there, we basically wanted to find the permits by zip code. So now we have an understanding of this is a good API practice too, because the Shovels API said, we don't have any, if you scroll down, it's well, we don't have any roofs here. So why would I bother querying that? So now what I want to know is I want to know with the updated zip code, and this is just an endpoint. And the nice thing is you can literally take a screenshot of this and paste this in a ChatGPT. I'm not an engineer. I don't know shit about APIs. I know how to talk to ChatGPT though. And so ChatGPT knows a lot about APIs, and Claude is, I think, even better. So basically I'm going to go and paste this information and say, okay, this is the zip code. I want to know, do they have a contractor? So they have this wonderful flag in the API, which is like, do they have a contractor on this permit? So I only, if there's no contractors, I don't have anything to provide the roofing distributors, which is, I can't say I've got all these great permits. If there's a bunch of roofing permits and for whatever reason, the office doesn't have the contractor, that's not useful at all. So, okay, I want contractor. Tags, it has to be a re-roof. And they have a Shovels API has a keyword thing too, so I could have done that. Start date, so I only want permits in the last year. And this size is like I want 100. Now they're in this case way more than 100. But remember, I don't need to send out an email that is like, here's every roofing permit in your zip codes that you care about. All I need to do is open up the conversation. I need to provide something that's valuable enough. Okay, this is all the permits by zip. And then we actually got details of the permits. So we got up to 100, and it's really nice for Clay to sort of structure all this information. And Clay can take a lot of information. And then, guys, as I go along, if there are questions and you want to ask, just you can be muted. Well, you can be muted, and I'll repeat your question. So feel free to like just interrupt and.
What's up with you're gonna do a recording? Lots of people asking about recordings.
Is this recorded?
Push it out afterwards.
Yeah, so Andreas is going to clip this thing up. I mean, I think there's like at least 3 deranged people in the world that watch the full thing. Like, you can contact me and I'll send you the full thing if you want. But yes, I will. Andreas has agreed to clip up. Yeah. So Andreas is just saying that because he said, I'm German, and as a German, I will summarize all the important things, and I will, he didn't say this at all, and I will go over each point and share all the learnings in this process. So, and then Doug's got a bunch of resources too that that we can have him share afterwards too. Anything, I'll pause here, like to ask any other questions. Yeah.
Do you differentiate between finding a list of people that can spend money on your offer? Do you find really tight list of end users that would actually use what you're offering nice, but when it comes to this
Ooh, I wish that they had. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. So I'm going to repeat the question because it's a pretty long one. So Adil Dittmer asked, hey, Jordan, when you say you look for someone that would pay for your valuable nugget or email, do you differentiate between finding a list of people that can spend money on your offer, or do you find a really tight list of end users that would actually use what you're offering, i.e. superintendents of a school district versus teachers?
So I always think about how do you open up an account. I don't necessarily care that ideally it's better if it's the buyer, but like I send an email to my friend CMO Doug here, and CMO Doug hasn't logged into a paid ad account since the 1800s, which is not true. I just made that shit up. I think actually he does do it all the time. But I've got the microphone, so eat it, Doug. Yeah. So I'm if I have some interesting thing to say about his ad performance and Doug's not the one that's in the account, I might not message Doug because I don't have something extremely useful to say to him, right? He's like, I've got a guy that takes care of that. Like, go tell him. Now, Doug might forward it to someone. So maybe I'll say, hey, Doug, this email might be better for Andreas, who seems to run the paid media team on your account. I was like doing some analysis and I looked at these ads, like, and your competitors are running these types of ads. I use generative AI to sort of summarize what are some interesting things relative to your ads. And I looked at some traffic comparisons, and I thought that this breakdown might be useful for your team. So I might do that, right, to break into the buyer. And then if Doug sends an email to that person, it's going to be much more valuable than if I send an email. Sure, but if there's someone in the weeds that will understand what I'm talking about, I want to send it to someone hungry. Now, in this case, Shovels has a unique competitive advantage that we found out about yesterday, which is like, unlike any of their competitors, you can log in and search for a permit, right? And so it's a PLG play. So in this case, we're going to go to the end user. Who is the person that, like, they get fired if they don't bring deal, right? Like Kellen knows this really well. Like you get fired. Like if you're a sales rep, you get fired. Yeah. Sorry, maybe it's too close to home. But like you're gonna get fired if you don't bring in deal flow, right? And so if I say to you, I have, and we're gonna get to this in the clay, but if I say to you, we here are 5 companies in the area that you are in from the Shovels API that have spent $340,000 in permits in the last month. I think that these are good prospects because, by the way, and we'll see this in a second, I'm a little foreshadowing here. It's a literary technique. And I'm going to actually be able to provide you value. And then say, do you want to go in and look at the Shovels app? So in this case, I'm going to go to the end user because that's the person that is more likely to go in and do something with that data. But my guess is that we can also adjust the message to the buyer in this case and say, hey, we've got some good data for you. That's not always the case. And I'll mute so you can ask your next question.
Okay, sounds good. One more question I pulled out of the chat. It's a little bit of a shorter one from Rohan. When building a GTM plan from scratch, what is your thought process initially? How did you get deep into the personas in ICP?
So actually, this is where Doug's expertise is better than mine. I always think about my engagements like I've got 3 months to try to show some value here. And I'm trying to think, what is the fastest thing that I can get off the ground? But if you wanted to do it right, you would do the types of exercise that Doug does, which is like, go talk to the sellers, go listen to the customers, go talk to the experts, summarize all that information and bring those insights out. I was at a talk by April Dunford the other day, Andreas and I, obviously awesome, amazing book about positioning. And I said, like, have you had any like real oh shit moments? Because I was like, and she runs these facilitated classes where she charges a ton of money and she gets all the people in the room. And so she was talking about who are you for and what makes you uniquely different. And the co-founders were fighting like in that call. And basically one of the co-founders was, she was like, wow. And everyone was kind of coming to an alignment here. And the one co-founder was like, I don't think this is right. And so intelligently, she's like, let's break for the day and come back tomorrow. And he came back the next day and he was like, I thought about it. You're right. And I don't want to work at this company. And so what she actually found in that case was that there was one founder that was pushing towards what he wanted to do, not what was best for the business. And so I think that you really need to be able to have conversations with your customers. You need to have a conversation with the expert. Usually the founders sometimes are really great AE, and say, where are you closing deals? And this is a single thing about inbound versus outbound. Someone knocks at your door and says, I have money for you. Would you like to take this money? You're going to find some way to be like, yeah, I got this other pocket. I can take that money in, right? But it's different if you're going and knocking on someone's door. And so you go and knock on someone's door and you say, hello, do you have money? Like, yeah, get the fuck out of here. Like, but it's a different thing if I knock on the door and I say, hi, I'm from C's Candy. We're giving away a candy box today. We go to school. Your daughters go to school, my daughter, and like we share candy all the time. This is a deranged scenario. But that's a different thing, right? And so you have to be able to identify, if you don't do this work, what you end up doing is what you see all over LinkedIn, which is some throwaway personalization thing because you don't know what else to say, right? So you get in this conundrum, which is like, what do I say to this person? And you're like, well, Signal, like I about once a week, I have to tell someone to knock this shit off their say, I came here from, you commented on Jordan's post and it's a stupid lame hack. Like, who cares? Like, why? But it's a much different thing to say to someone, here's the best prospect in your area to focus on. It's a much different thing to say, I know that you have an open budget for this item in the case of the cities that we're working. Here's an open budget. I know that you're responsible for that budget from all of my research online. And I know that you're considering last year's camera system. And what I know is not going to do X, Y, or Z for you, which it seems like in this plan that I have researched that you care about X, Y, or Z. And that's just a much different message. And you can't deliver that message if you don't have a great, if the audience isn't well segmented.
Something else I think to add to that is like, yeah, I'm unmuted. Yeah. To me, when you come up with a much more opinionated message like that, it warrants a response, good or bad. So it's sort of like if you show up with that sort of like flat, sort of like fake personalization type stuff. Oh, I saw you comment on this thing. It's just like, what the hell does this have to do with anything? Or if you're like, I saw this, I think this, you know, would you like to take this action? Even if it's a no, I think I just see people are much more responsive, you know, and so I think it's a better way to sort of go test potency.
Absolutely, that is true, and it's really hard to get a go fuck off message, which weirdly is good for you, because the two types of go fuck off message are I don't want to receive emails, and the other go fuck off message, which is actually useful, which is like this isn't for me. Like you have got this totally wrong. I see that you have made a bunch of assumptions, but that are incorrect. But I will tell you, this is why you do Doug's work. This is why what you should do. No one does this. I don't know why. And tell me if you do this too. But show your draft messaging to your customer before you send it. You have experts on your bench that can see something and say, "Oh, I wouldn't look at that at all." Some of my best performing campaigns, like my good friend Kai, he was a product manager, and I said, sorry, not product manager. What's the other product marketer? He was a product marketer, and he said, Jordan, what you're doing for your outbound stuff, totally relevant to what we do. We define ICPs and personas all day long, but you know what, Jordan? We don't have any way to test. We have to hand that to the sales team, and why would Kellen, cold caller extraordinaire, that can close in a segment extremely well, why would he test something new? It's literally against his incentive model to go test something new. And so this is why so we sent a campaign to them to I can't remember product marketers that basically said, hey, when you're defining an ICP and persona, you do all this work. And then I sent a gigantic this emoji. And I said, do you end up like this at the end? Because you just have to wait for the team to go test it? Great response rate. No personalization at all. That was all. And actually, in this case, no segmentation. It literally was just an insight from someone that had spent every day of their life frustrated with this problem, that none of the none of us guys are marketing those people. We're going to sales and revenue, right? No one goes after them, right? And so that was like an insight that that we had. Do we have more questions, or should we dive back in?
Let's get back into the build.
All right. Let's go back in. Okay, so as a recap, we basically looked at all the zip codes in the country. We pulled all of the permits by market. So Shovels has an API for me to understand how many permits are there in any given market. Then we did is like, we wanted to say like, get me all the permit details. So we actually fetched all the permits, and then we fetched all the details of the permits. So take a look at this. Residential one stop, roof, re-roof. The permit number, in this case, it's active. The file date, issue date, the description. Remove all layers and replace with a one new layer roofing system, like installed with asphalt. And you can kind of see there's all these little nuggets, right? Complete tear off, residential re-roof, I&W to code HDZ. So look at this. I mean, you and I as mere mortals aren't going to know anything about this, but ChatGPT does, right? Like presumably I&W is not the fantastic restaurant that you find on the side of the road. But it means something, right? And there's a code. And especially because we have a jurisdiction. And so we can give this information, we can give all this information to the prompt here. So inspection rate here. Now, the wonderful and and kind of difficult piece is we have a contractor ID. So I don't know about you, but I don't think anyone has named their child lowercase v, capital M, BSQ, W, IV, 6W, right? So this is useful to us because we have some identifier, but I can't do anything with it. I'm not going to actually send this number to anyone. So I have to make another API call. And this is the chaining value of Clay. Actually, I do think Elon Musk would do that. I named him after our first internal coating of the rocket, which is how he talks in my head. Complete tear off and re-roof, right? Okay, pewter gray roof, area 21 square feet. Now, the kind of nice thing is you can use in Clay. So actually, let's see if they talk about Gaff in this particular. Okay. So Gaff impact resistant shingles. Now we're cooking with gas. Now remember, Gaff was the company, the main manufacturer of roofing tiles. So re-roof and timberline, right? So these are all of the descriptions. They actually talk about the material they used. Really interesting. You wouldn't be able to get that anywhere else. Okay, so we know we have that. Now what we need to actually do is have an understanding about like, who the hell are these contractors? Okay, let's see. Let's see if I can find this. This is what always happens when you build with Clay. You you lose your flow here. So, okay, what I did is actually I passed all these permits and I ran a crazy prompt, right? Oh, we got note takers. We got external note takers. We should not let those note takers in. Okay, great. You are an AI assistant tasked to analyze roofing permit data to identify contractors. And by the way, I built this with Claude. So what I did is I had a conversation with Claude. And actually, do you think it'd be useful to rehab this conversation about how the prompt was built? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So let's actually go and do this now. So I'm going to recreate this step of the process because this is probably net new to a lot of people. So the most important thing here is I get the details, right? Now, remember, we have all these details and we need to create a prompt to be able to understand what does all this shit mean. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to give it context. So you can give Claude context with just a screenshot. And I always like to build up this this process. So I use a wonderful tool called Super Whisper here. So I'm going to do the deranged thing and talk to a group of 100+ people, but really talking AI. So it's a little dehumanizing experience. I'm attaching a screenshot of a API call for the Shovels API that has a bunch of information about permit data in it. And so the value here is that we can understand a lot of useful information about permits, about contractors, about roofing. Now, my goal here is eventually to understand what's important here for specifically Gaff distributors. So the largest roofing manufacturing company in the world, what are they going to care about? So I'm going to paste this information, and then I'm going to paste in some other API information as well about the Shovels API. So you can understand what does the total world look like. So I always build up context with the models. Now, Super Whisper is going to transfer what I do, dehumanizing experience. All right, now let's actually go to Shovels, and I don't try to get to my his roof BFF. That's true. I don't try to get actually to the answer as fast as possible. I'm actually trying to go slow. Doug wouldn't know anything about that, but. Somebody buy him a friend. Yeah, somebody buy him a friend. I agree. Okay, customers. I actually want to go to the API and I want to pull the API documentation because Claude can take a lot of model information. So what I want to do is I want to go to the permits and then I just want to like paste this in, and I don't have to be ultra specific here. Permits by ID. Okay, this is markets. This is all the permit information. Okay, great. Let's just start here. So I will eventually build a prompt here to summarize the things that I care about. Yeah, Claude is absolutely great for code. I almost exclusively use Claude unless I need to search the internet. This task might be a little bit better with the internet. I have used GPT's like reasoning model their new one. I guess it was codenamed Strawberry. I really still like Claude. Okay. Now you have to, it's really easy to just go with this, and sometimes I do it, but for the purpose of this case, let's actually look at this. Okay, contractor intelligence. Gaff distributors like to be very interested in the contractor data. Okay, performance metrics, pass rates, project completion. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't even know that Shovels did that. Availability and contact information. Okay, that's good. Unbiased contractor recommendations. Okay, maybe. And I'm just going to talk to this thing while I read, which is kind of the benefit. Okay, I'm reading this, and contractor performance metrics. I don't know that we have pass rates or project completion timing. Maybe we have it in the start date and end date. The screenshot that I will attach is actually a response API call, and that's most of what we're working with today. We're actually, nationwide coverage is great. We're actually going to query the entire world here to be able to understand just certain markets and then match those to Gaff distributors. Yes, high roofing activity is a good use. And yes, we will use it to look at permit descriptions. Okay, now what I want you to do is pretend you are a distributor, a Gaff distributor, and I want you to evaluate what other information might be useful to you here. So I know what I want to do. I know exactly what I want to do, and but I'm not doing it right away because I want the model to have an understanding, right, of the information. Job value, permit type. Okay, great. So this is exactly what I wanted to do, right? It's talking about the roofing material, right? This is actually where I got to ahead of time. Local building codes, seasonal trends, right? That's really interesting. This is a case where feeding the model more information is useful. So let's actually like pop back into Clay before we get to the contractor stats and say, okay, well, we have a couple of things. We know the city, we know the state, we know the county name, we know the population. So the model has probably some understanding of permits there that we don't, and we can actually feed that in. And we can indeed do, like, if we had a hypothesis that said that these counties, these populations had, they have some certain roofing thing, we can actually send a clay agent out in the world to gather that context before we ask Claude. We're not going to do that today, but that's something you absolutely could do. Okay, great. You are tasked with creating an AI agent. What I want you to do is put all of the unique variables at the top of this prompt. Those unique variables are zip code, city, state, and all of the permit description. What I'm looking to do is I want you to provide all of the context that a Gaff distributor would really deeply care about. And that is things like you've mentioned above. And remember, you should also talk about who are Gaff's competitors, because remember, we can see that in the permit information. This prompt is going to take the array, and I want it to return back a structured JSON array with everything that a Gaff sales rep would care about in a particular zip code. And that and I want you to help me think through the information in that array. But generally, I'm trying to find the contractor that has both the most amount of projects in recent times. And by the way, I've only queried this for Jan 1st, 2024 and later. And also the most expensive projects. And ideally, I'm thinking, but feel free to correct me if you think otherwise, that they probably would not exclusively just use Gaff. So if you see that there are only Gaff in all of their permits, they're probably not a good fit, because a Gaff distributor already knows about them and there's not opportunity there. But maybe they use a little bit of Gaff, but not primarily Gaff, and they have a lot of volume. This is a fantastic upsell. And remember, the sales rep is probably going to like this even better because they already have a relationship. They buy Gaff products, but maybe they've only used Gaff on one of the 50 roofs in that area. So I want you to create a JSON array that includes everything about the top 3 contractors that you think would be extremely valuable. And in that JSON array too, I want you to absolutely include a most specific paragraph about the sum of all of their job sizes and anything that is numerically driven about what they should care about and why they should care about it. All right. So, oh, Super Whisper's kind of also sponsoring this. They gave me a free license. So great. So all I'm trying to do is, and I always like to let the model have a little freedom here. So I always give it the goal because remember, we've got a really structured list and we've got really structured information here. So I don't have to be as specific, right? As a Gaff distributor, you understand high value contracts in specific areas. You have access to permit data onwards. Your goal is to analyze this. This is great. I don't have to write all this stuff. Major competitors, right? They've got the competitors. Great. Ideal contractor profile. Turns out that ICP can mean something else. High volume of recent projects, high value projects, used but not exclusively. Output format. Okay, great. This is amazing. Contractor name, total projects, total value, average job value, largest project value, Gaff usage percentage. That's pretty good. Competitors use. Nice. Look at this. This is actually better than the last prompt I did. Date, value, number, description, recent projects, opportunity summary. So now, Kellen, if you had this information and you were selling a product here, what would you do with this? What would you say?
I mean, I think personally what I would be doing first is probably segmenting a little. Like I'd create these buckets where I'd have like only Gaff, low, like maybe sort of like low cost Gaff only, high cost Gaff only, maybe like mixtures. Yeah, and are you saying more like how would I like position, how to like go speak to them, or how would I like break the market apart? Or what do you mean by that?
Well, I guess I was guiding the question here, but my thought here is that if you're a Gaff distributor and you know someone used Gaff and you know when they didn't use Gaff and how much Gaff they didn't use, my guess is that if you were cold calling or whatever, you'd have a great message. So you already know the customer, right? Because you've got a relationship. My guess is you're gonna have a great message because you know how much money, you know what they're using it on. Like, so I guess if you had this information for a contractor that you had a relationship with and you were opening up a cold call, like how would this help you? Like, how would you think about it?
Yeah, I mean, I actually think I would just pose it as a question. It would totally hit to call these people and be like, hey, either like, hey, I saw you used to use tons of Gaff. Lately, you've been dropping off a little bit. Or like, hey, it seems like you've been really ramping up your usage of Gaff versus XYZ. Or like, hey, on your larger projects, it seems like you guys use Gaff versus on these smaller ones, you're using something else. And literally just be like, is there a reason you're doing that? And I think you'd have very high positive response rate. You get a lot of conversations. It doesn't feel like you're pitching or selling anything whatsoever at that point as well.
Exactly. And I think that this is what a good data and good segment can do. Okay. So total indeed value, opportunity summary for each contractor, highlighting number of projects, percentage of Gaff usage. This feels like a hold my beer prompt. I don't think I could improve it any better. So all I do is copy this thing, and I'm gonna drop back into Clay. And this is the contractor statistics. Now I always use Claude for this. And don't tell anyone, just the 113 people on this call and then Bo. But I almost exclusively use Clay credits here. I don't ever use my own API key for this because this prompt is deranged. Like, look at how long this is. And I can provide all of the context here. So we're going to drop in the zip code. We're going to drop in the city. Where's the city name? This is the county. Let's do the county. County. The good thing is that the models don't care about misspelling. They get it, which makes my life happy. Oh, wow, I missed the city. Okay, state. I always like to give it as much context as possible because maybe the model knows permit descriptions. And then I always, if it's a huge array, Osman, the man, the myth, the legend has joined. Okay, now I want all permits by details. Okay, I actually had to break this into 2 separate calls because the permit description 1 through 50 because because the Shovels API didn't allow me to query more than 50 at a time. All right, second, insert all items. Okay, so okay, great. So now you have and then permit description 51 to 100. Okay, so we have all the context here. Let's just okay, system prompt. I don't spend too much time on this. You are a Gaff distributor looking at permits for re-roofs in the last year, and you are trying to structure information. You're the only roofing distributor that also has a deep knowledge of JSON. It's like there's not one roofing distributor in the world that knows what JSON means. I don't provide examples. I don't provide these fields. I always change this output length to like give me as much as you possibly can, Clay. I don't change the creativity settings, but let's try and just run this for 10 rows. So 10 Clay credits, extremely inexpensive. Okay, actually, this is really, really important. So there's a funny Clay thing here, which is basically I said all of these fields must be required. So I'm going to change that. I don't care if we have the county name. I don't care if we have the state name. I actually don't care if we have the zip code. And I actually don't care if we have the second run because sometimes we only have 50 permits. Now, Clay's going to do a funny thing, so you have to be careful here. Once I hit save, all of the previous runs are essentially stale data, which means that this is why you run this in really small chunks. So you're going to see they probably will gray out on me. Maybe they fixed this. But I guess, Bo, did you guys change this? This is amazing. So usually this thing stales out, but let's actually put this into Claude just so that you can make this look pretty. This is like the worst use of generative AI. HTML and CSS. It's this is amazing. We've got our own designer. No longer do you have to purchase black rim glasses to be a designer here in San Francisco. You can just ask ChatGPT to do it. So, wow, this is like total overkill. Wow, total overkill. Look at that. Good old MDLA C2. Like we're best friends. Okay, great. So we will find out who this person is. He or she shall remain nameless for not too much longer. But like, okay, Gaff usage 100%, right? Not great. So Gaff. Okay, total jolly 313 across 15 project. They exclusively use Gaff. The armor shield line. There may be an opportunity to introduce some other Gaff products. Oh, okay. This is why it's really, really nice to give the models some leeway because at first I was angry. I was going to punish the Claude overlords here, but it's like, look, okay, other Gaff products are premium options to increase average job value. They're consistent high value projects. 20 grand suggest they work on larger residential roofs. Consider often volume discounts or reduction of new Gaff products to maintain their loyalty. So I'm okay with this. I don't think I need to tell the model to do anything, even though they already use Gaff. And the model has found an interesting insight that if I were to be directive and say, do what I say, model, it would never have found this. But it's like, yo, this guy's like, yo, armor shield's the best. Armor shield's the best, right? Well, Gaff may have an opportunity to go educate that customer. And they might actually say that, well, armor shield is not the most expensive thing. Now, this is why we talk about segmentation. I don't know anything about roofing. And so I just have to trust the model knows what it's doing. And this is why if we had someone that understood roofing, this is why I'd get a customer. And it's like, yeah, Gaff armor shield's the best here. We don't ever choose anything else. It's like, they're just going to know. And they all talk like that. Everyone that is roofing talks like that, especially in Boston. Okay, I've got another contractor. 6 projects, 8,900, average job value, Gaff usage, 16%. Is this malarkey? Isn't that what you say to your kids when you think they're lying to you? No, that's malarkey. 510, 20,000. Here's actually the products that they're using. Good old AOP has completed 6 projects. They currently use GAT and only 16% with a strong presence around like other brands. Increased Gaff's market share. This is great. I feel really amazed by this result so far. I think actually I'd like to hand this over to either Andreas or Kellen. What I'd like you to do next is to show using Clay formulas to extract the contractor name from this. So pretty use of AI here. We have some example formulas. Which one of you wants to kind of take that? Okay. Sorry. Can we just put a little pause? Yeah, pause for a second. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so I want to create a little more context because we're getting sort of lots of questions from folks that are joining a little bit later. Jordan, I'm going to sort of outline what you've done to this point, and I'm going to talk about where you're sort of landing in your process. So what you've done is you've said, look, I'm having a conversation with the founders at, in this case, Shovels, right? From that, I have an idea of potentially what my segment candidates are. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go use Super Whisper. I'm going to get Claude to create the prompt that helps me feed Clay. And again, we went back and we're using sort of zip codes to sort of rationalize the market. I put that prompt in, and then I'm getting a set of data from that you, Jordan, are eyeballing, and you're sort of going through and going, okay, what are some potential segment boundary conditions? Do I like this data? That's where we are right now. And what are we tasking Andreas and Colin with here right now?
Yeah, okay.
Colin.
So I need to learn my mic hotkey command. So what we're doing next is we've got this great array, right? Now, we don't know the contractor names because Shovels returns back contractor IDs, right? So we have to make another API call. But as you saw in Clay, it's just a huge wall of text, right? But we ask it to return a JSON, which is structured information. Now, one of the things that we didn't do really well is it gave some preference. So it's not valid JSON, which turns out is okay with Clay, because Clay has an AI formula writer, because we have to call one more API now. And I can't dump that whole context into it, right? And like if I were in some other tool to figure out, okay, well, how do I get the contractor ID out? Because it has to be every single time the damn contractor ID. I can't pass it to an API to do it. So what we're going to see them do is just write a formula, and we're going to extract the 3 contractor IDs so we can get the top 3 contractors in their area.
Okay. We have gone from concept to JSON code. So as we interface with the API next time around, we're getting a better set of data. The piece I just want you to land on, Jordan, because you went through it pretty quickly because we've got a lot to get through. But that idea of you being in the data, sort of rationalizing, understanding, I call it pattern matching. What are you looking for in that process? Because I think your brain is wired a bit differently than the average bear, and I think you're picking things up really quickly. So what are you looking for when you're looking at a data set like that?
So it's a great question. And the thing that I see all the time is that no one wants to get their elbows dirty. They don't want to dig into the data. And so they have a misconception about when they think, oh, well, yeah, it's on, that information's on LinkedIn or it's on the web. And they'll just say a throwaway sentence like that, but they've not actually looked at it. And when you look at the disparateness of the data, the world is way, 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 way messier than you think. Now, fortunately, the models can do a good job, and they can do a better job if you give them intent, which is, here's my intent. Like, I may tell you, Doug, I may say like, hey, what's up? Can you make me a coffee? Right? And you're like, okay, well, here's an espresso. And I'm like, that's not what I wanted. But you know me, you know that I drink iced Americano. So if I say, can I have a coffee? You know, I have some context on Jordan. He likes iced Americanos. And so I want to tell the model, here's who I am. This is Jordan. He likes iced Americanos. And when the model comes back and it summarizes all this information, I'm looking for other interesting things in the data. Now, if we had more time, I would go through 50 of these summaries, 100 of these summaries, and say, okay, well, what is it about Gaff Atlas materials that this guy keeps using? I would go send a Clayagent in the world, be like, how expensive are they? Well, it turns out Gaff Atlas materials they're actually the cheap line. Ah, okay, great. I may want to go feed more information into the model there. And so because we started with such a narrow segment, I can go ask better and better and better questions so that my messaging becomes better and better and better that segment. And if I fall on my face, and by the way, the end result of this, which we're going to, which we will hit, is I can send a message that is actually valuable to you about customers that you already have, that they are Gaff customers. And I can say, here are the people that you should go upsell.
So I want to capture a key point here, which is this is very different than the classic approach. This is so if you will, you mentioned this in the context and said of inversion and said effectively, I'm going to start with a very, very, very narrow focus that I believe to be true and sort of build out from there. The inverse is I'm going to boil the ocean. I think I can have this size of a market. I'm going to test it to the point that I get this, if you will, the bowling pin. Again, back to Jeffrey Moore. That's what we're talking about, and sort of the mechanics of that.
And specifically, yeah. So we talked at the start of the hour when we were not graciously letting people in, but the idea here is we started with the boil the ocean approach. Is we were going to go after the Gaff distributors, and the whole idea here is that the goal was to provide them useful permanent information. So when we attempted to do that on Friday, it turns out that there are cases where I could say nothing to them because Shovels didn't have the data, or there wasn't permit. I mean, any number of things happen, right? So the inversion here was, why don't I start with where Shovels is greatest? Where do they have? And it turns out in Tuscaloosa County, they have sent the Shovels people out into the world, and we have gained the most permanent information because Tuscaloosa County has all of their permits online. So I'm going to play to my strengths there, right? And because Ryan has given me an unlimited Shovels API key to do this dirty work, I can sort the entire world. And basically, I'd have to go to an engineer, and that engineer is not going to understand the go-to-market use case. So I'm working around some of the limitations of the API to say where am I strongest? Which markets am I strongest at? Which Gaff distributors can I go to where we have the best coverage and where I can say the best things? And so this, what we're doing now is we're trying to identify who are the contractors that the Gaff distributors should contact and why. And if we do that, suddenly, if you envision the next version of this, Shovels can just build this out programmatically. They can just take the stuff that we're doing and take generative AI, summarize that information, and say, hey, Gaff, we'll send you alerts anytime your customers use those other bullshit competitors. If we start to see expensive permits here that are not useful for you. And so imagine this. If Shovels said we're the only API for roofing contractors, and even though they had all these other APIs, if that's what they said, suddenly they're going to build different shit. They're going to build programmatic notifications for the Gaff distributors to say, hey, what's your area, Jordan? Well, this is my area. Okay, great. I'll tell you anytime one of your customers uses one of those bastard brands. And so, and how much and how often and who's going back on their word. Does, hey, Doug, I'm going to be using Gaff all day long, right? Like, well, why did you file a permit that said some other shit? And so that's kind of what we're doing.
Okay, and what are Andreas and Colin doing right now?
Let me take that.
I'm going to pass the mic over to them. They are going to go and show you how to pull the contractor IDs with the Clay formula while I take a 10-second break.
10 seconds? Sounds good. Sounds good. So I hope everybody can see my screen. So what was actually interesting, we had a tiny temporary bug. So actually Calvin jumped in and we both did the same column, which is interesting because he did it right, I did it wrong. And I want to point out the little thing that can make a huge difference. So the first thing I want to say is that the formula editor or the AI formula generator is, I believe, one of the most transformative I want to call it hack. I don't know how else to call it because it allows people like us. I actually don't know if you're a no-coder, but I can't
no.
write code.
No.
But I can write incredibly powerful stuff with just thinking through the logic. I don't have to know the syntax of how to write this. And I want to point this out. This here is what I would have to know in order to get to this result. And I don't. I only have to think through the logic. So what this does is to say, this is what I want to do. And then with the, and I'm not going to do it here with the /, and I'm the much more technical person here than Jordan with the strategy. He's actually both. Here you can link into any data, how deeply nested, however it is, in the clay table. So when you have a result and you have anything in there that you want to like extract or do work with or do any analysis with, you can get into that. You always do that with the /, and in this case, you get into the analysis that the prompt spit out. And what we wanted was to get all, and this is key, all the contractor IDs from that. And what I did, because I was looking at the Zoom, I didn't listen to it. I didn't know it was like more contractor IDs in there. And what happened was that I said, get the contractor ID between the first, how do you call these? Not parentheses, quotation marks?
Oh, yeah,
Quotation marks. I always mess these symbols up. Get the between the first. And what that meant was that I got the wrong result because I only got the first. So what I want to say is, words matter. It's really important.
Cappuccino machine, so there might be some noise.
Okay, so the cappuccino machine will be running in the back. So the point I want to make is that, and I hope that's not too loud in the background. The point I want to make is that words matter. You need to be really, really precise, even though you don't write like syntax like JavaScript or anything. Everything you write is exactly how it's going to be executed. So sometimes you may think, oh, this isn't working, but then you have to go back and it's like, oh yeah, it is actually working. This is what I asked it to do. And Callan actually said, this is his prompt, extract the contractor ID or all contractor IDs from, and this is exactly what it spits out. I did it in a slightly different way. In the end, it does the same result. There are always a million ways to get to the right result, but the bad thing is there's a billion ways to get to the wrong one. Yeah. So there's always like work that needs to be done, thinking it through, but it's transformative. It's like, don't limit yourself by, oh, there's a lot of text, as long as something is structured. As long as something is, I would say, always in the same place, maybe always behind the first comma or between the first set of curly braces or anything like that. Once you have that, the formula editor is your best friend.
Actually, you guys can hear me. I even use sometimes the formula editor, not with structured data, but to look at something that's very unstructured and see if something can be extracted from it. So it could be like, you scrape with built with, create a formula, and you say, like, extract HubSpot if HubSpot is listed here, and you just send it that 800 technologies, a description, all of these things, and you get like this yes no. Same for Salesforce. And so sometimes instead of having to figure out where something it is, I literally use almost like a search engine for a group of data or stuff like that.
That's a great call out, actually. And I want to walk, but that's not what I said. No, this is exactly what I said. The interesting thing is when you kind of know something is in there and when you want to use it kind of in a search engine way, what it can do is kind of make a judgment about things. So if there are certain things where we would use a cheap LLM prompt where you say, hey, and it's hard to pull an example out of the air, but like when you want to say, oh, which of these terms is, for example, let's say you have a result where you have different titles in a text and you want to know which is the highest ranking or the highest hierarchy title in this text that I have, then you would ask an LLM, look at all this data, tell me which is the highest title. That is something a formula can't do because it has absolutely no clue what is in there. It can only look at letters. basically. And this is where you have the difference between using a formula when there is like a string, like HubSpot in a text, and you can have that count or whatever. It's actually much better for that because LLMs can't count. But when you want to qualify something, then you will use like kind of the same thing here, just in an LLM prompt. In a nutshell, what you do here is, hey, look at this data, extract what comes after, or extract what comes after each, and then you get the output here. And you can also prompt it if the output is not in the way you want. You can, for example, you can say, output it like this, or output it A to Z, or alphabetically, or from the shortest to the longest, or whatever. And this is really powerful. It feels like God mode when you do something like that.
No, I totally agree.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I use a lot of the LLM stuff too. You can you create like a variable. So I did this recently looking at like sales velocity, where I got a bunch of context, had just a bunch of just random like GPT research, feed it into cheap LLM, and just say, like basically, you know, like Jordan creates his prompts, right? So it's some big long thing, but that essentially goes, is this high velocity, low velocity, or medium?
Yeah.
And then give them all different campaigns.
Yeah. Jordan, are you back online? Should we talk more about prompting and formulas, or is the cappuccino ready?
Yeah, I got a nice Americano, as I said before. Did you guys grab the, because I'd done this previously to pull the first contractor, second contractor, and third contractor. I think we need them as distinct IDs here. So we can use the, yeah, actually, so maybe you could basically split these out, like you see how I have the first contractor, second contractor, third, but go ahead and do that for my new prompt. Does that make sense? Yeah. Basically, so you can actually, if you want, you can actually. Well, I'll just. There's probably not as much. I can just actually edit the. I'll share my screen. This was the prompt that I did previously, but I actually like the new. Well, actually, we already ran this, so let's not pay some more Clay credits. This was the previous. Oh, actually, no. I think actually this was a better response. So some inputs missing. So we're going to try to rerun this again for the inputs that we missed. And I think this was because, yeah, so in some cases we didn't have, let's actually see where the missing piece is here. City and all permit details. Okay. So this is where you want to filter to make sure that you're not like wasting Clay credits here. We actually only want to filter this where we have results. So top contractor. Oh, I admitted. Okay, am I sharing now? It wouldn't be a good okay, so I just want to filter to make sure that we actually have results in some of this. So let's go back to make sure all permit details. Okay, great. So the only thing I really care about is if this array has results. So I can do all permit details has results. Has results. Okay, great. Which is just to say that, so of the 33,000 zip codes in the country, about 2,000 of them have results. So I don't have to run this on all of these results. I just have to run it on the ones where we actually have data. Now, I didn't really talk about this all that much, but these are the first, remember we can only call 50 different permits, but I wanted more context because Clay doesn't charge me anything more for more context. So I wanted to make sure that I had all the context possible. All right, let's look through this here. Okay, so so we haven't done yet is we haven't identified the, or we've got the best contractor, but it's in this array. So I guess the first one didn't have data, but okay, great. So we, here are the contractors. Now, if I don't really care that this is as structured because the formula will get rid of it. But there are benefits to getting really, really structured JSON here, which this is not, because it's like based on the response. I want to tell the model not to do that generally. But sometimes what I will do is I'll take this information and drop it in the OpenAI GPT-4o mini integration and say, turn this into structured JSON. And then the nice thing about that is that you get it all in this beautiful little way that you can map stuff. But I'm not going to do that here. I'm actually just going to leave it as is because I can extract this out with formulas. So what I've done is I've written this formula to find contractor IDs. And we just use AI here. And I can say contract ID from this array. So generally, I find this is really helpful to just use like the language that of JSON. So like an array, it understands that. So I can send the response. And I probably I don't know if it was called contractor ID, but let's see. This is really important to know what the JSON array was named. I had run this before, but it turns out on the live stream I did a better job. Yeah. Okay. So so let's go back. And this is, by the way, this is the dirty work of go-to-market. Contractor name. Okay, so I want contractor name. So all I did was I was looking to see the actual name that it was in the array, so I can extract the top 3. The clay scroll thing can get me dizzy sometimes. Contractor underscore name. And if any point y'all want to stop me and interject with questions, feel free. Okay, great. So we've got the output here. This is the contractor name. So I'm giving just the first contractor name from this array. And now, generally, I would probably look to make sure that this is right. I would copy this, which I didn't do. Oh, great. So this is kind of nice. Clay gives me, and I can like hover over this to see, okay, contractor ID, good old MPH. Okay, that's right. So I have to update this because I did this piece before the live stream, and I actually think that the stuff that we did in the live stream was better. Thanks to our sponsor Clay here for allowing us to some credits to run this information, so y'all can learn about how to use it. All right, third contractor. And the only thing I'm changing here is, did I actually do that right? Yeah, third contractor name. Oh, generate formula. I always have to, I forget sometimes to click generate formula. Generate formula. Now what I'm doing is just so I want to understand, is this thing. All right. Sometimes if you scroll to rows here, Clay won't load, but the actual data is there. So you have to just kind of keep an eagle eye on that. I mean, look at this. This is deranged, right? Like, look at all this. Like, Clay can handle this ridiculous thing. And by the way, thanks to Bo for spending his Saturday with us. That was very nice of him. Okay, great. So we've got the 3 best contractors, and now we're going to hit the Shovels API. So basically, we want to look up contractor information. So we've got this first contractor ID. And so we're just going to save and run this information. Let's run the... Let's actually fix this for all these guys. Oh, no, sorry, we already did that. All the fields are still the same. So I just updated what they were pulling. Okay, great. So you see how this is where you have to be really, really careful. I think Clay just ran all these columns for me because I maybe have auto update on. So you have to be really careful here. Fortunately, Ryan's not going to charge me overage fees on calling the Shovels API. But if he did, we would have to get a bigger sponsor. So I just turn auto update off if I want to be really, really certain. In this case, it's okay. But let's actually look at a contractor response. Now we've got a name. Look, we've got an array of emails. Suddenly this is getting really exciting. We've got a city here. We have latitude and longitude, zip code. We got a tag tally. So we have an understanding about how many roofs they do, how many bath remodels. This is amazing. So we've got all this really rich information. So we now can actually say, okay, final and active. So I'm actually going to take another model approach here and summarize all the things that I care about for these contractors. Now, again, it depends on. You could just keep going down the rabbit hole. If I really wanted to get like crazy here, I would basically run the API just for these 3 contractors. Let's run a couple of these. So I would say, okay, great. I have now all this interesting information. I've got tags. I know how many active, inactive projects in review. So this is now the person that the rep is going to contact. Now, the good thing is we already have some email and phone contact information, and I could actually send a Clagent to get that. We won't do that because the Shovels API has already done that for us. But we might want to get their location. Do we have their location? Zip code, street. So we're actually going to deploy a Clagent here to get information. But before we do that, what I want to do is I actually want to deploy some information that is going to be helpful. Oh, 3rd contractor. I did that wrong. Delete. Duplicate. Now I want, okay, so this is kind of nice because I'm a JSON expert here. That's 0, 1, and 2. So I say, great, grab the 3rd thing in the array. Oh, please make that work. Maybe it didn't work. Use AI. Grab just the 3rd contractor name from this. Oh wait, no, it did right. It did do it right. It's just updating. Okay, 3rd contractor ID. So remember, what I'm doing here is I'm just finding, I've used generative AI to find the top 3 contractors. Let's force run all 2,000 of these rows. Ryan, if there's some engineer that gets some notification here, please say hello to your mother for me. Run, edit column. Great. So I got it. Basically, so this error is like, yo, you deleted the column name, you doofus. So now I got to go fix this, which is the 3rd. Okay. So you see how it doesn't say 3rd contractor ID? That's not your eyes deceiving you. You just have to reload Clay sometimes. So when you know you work faster than the go-to-market tool, that's a good place. Okay, great. 3rd contractor ID. And look at all these 200s. 200 is the not the best number in the lotto. You want 2 million, 200 million, but really great number for an API. Shout out to the Gamma app, which is a fantastic. I built my website on it. You can use code Blueprint to get a month for free on the Gamma app. Grant, the CEO, is sponsoring our bananas and coffee this morning. So thanks to Grant for that. All right, save as 10 rows. And our DoorDash too. He doesn't know that, but I think we're gonna do some DoorDash later. DoorDash is not sponsoring. Should get them involved. Okay, so we've got emails of the person here. Oh, my good friend Juan's joining. Okay, great. So we've got all the contractor details. Now what I want to do is I actually want to summarize some information about these contractors. So let's see if we got the ID. Great, we've got the ID. So we're going to drop into another Gen AI model to basically say some more interesting things for these folks. But I want to take a pause and see if there's any questions before we go on this.
I just want a little more context so that people seeing Clay maybe for the first time. Jordan, just give us a quick summary of what we're looking at in Clay as you're navigating. So instead of being where you are, go back to Clay and just sort of walk us through what people are looking at the top here. And then you're pretty quickly moving through and making changes. So just give us a little bit of context. What am I looking at right now in Clay?
Great. Thanks, Doug. So yeah, so for especially for the people that just joined, what we're looking at in Clay here is we upload a list of all of the zip codes, the state names. Just found this online, right? So we wanted to call the Shovels API to understand where do they have amazing permits, right? Where they have great roofing data, right? So we only want to go to market where our product is the strongest, right? I don't want to go to someone that that's in an area where the product's not going to shine. We're going to have a bad experience. So because I'm reaching out, I can determine that, right? And the nice thing about outbound. But then what we have to do to get there, we got to make a bunch of API calls, application programming interfaces, just a way to talk to a computer. And the nice thing is that doofuses like me and maybe also you at times, not these two, but certainly us, can then take screenshots and say like, look, I don't know anything about an API. I'm just a dude. What do I enter here? And it's like, here you go, enter this thing. And because engineers have unwittingly trained them out of sight of a job by documenting everything they did, dumb move. You know, people like you and me, we making it up as we go along. We make sure to never document it. So generative AI sucks at what we do, which is great. It's really great for us. Little did they know. So we're just running through the Shovels API to find more and more rich context. So we started with like, give me all the permits by the zip code. So where do we shine, right? And then we just destroyed a bunch of markets where we just don't have the data, right? The least roofy of the country. Then that's an official word, roofy. Then what we actually wanted to say is that, okay, well, now get all of the permit data in the markets that we know we're strong in, right? Specifically roofing permits, right? It's going to be hard if I say get all the permit data and include electricians, right? This is why the segment is so important. Why we picked roofing, because we could filter by that. So we got roofing, which was really helpful. Then we said, okay, we've got all these permits, these roofing permits. Why? What does this matter, right? Who does this matter for? Well, because we picked the segment, we know it matters for the distributors of Gaff, right? Gaff is the largest manufacturer of roofing materials in the United States, and the distributors are those that sell to the roofing manufacturers. So, okay, then what we did is this is a perfect case for generative AI. We've got all the data. We know it's not hallucinating because we're feeding it actual data. We a structured JSON array, and we worked with Claude to be able to say, help me structure this request. This is my goal. And we specifically wanted to give Claude some context on that goal. And this is why, and we give the model some flexibility. Say, this is kind of what I want, but this is my goal. Maybe I ask a bad question, you know, which is known to have happened once again. So great. And I want you to help me build an AI agent. So then that's what you see here, this contractor statistics here. We built an AI agent to go do that. But we're not done yet because the Shovels API just returns a nonsensical ID, which I can't go to you as a seller. And it's like, Doug, have you heard of I456 543 578? They do the most amount of roofing. Yeah, you know them well. Yeah, I think you're married to that one. Yeah. So now what we need to do is we're still narrowing the world here. So we basically said to generative AI, here's all the permits. Give me the best contractor IDs. Right? Because that's what the Shovels API. But there's another API call that we can make that says, who the hell are these people? So now what we're doing is we've replicated this. This is the beauty of that, this kind of unlimited columns table in Clay. You can't do unlimited columns, but you can do a lot of columns. I think like 54 or something. What's the number? 72. I think it depends on your plan. I think I have the balls to the wall plan where I can just like do as much as I want. So we're just now extracting the contractor IDs so that we can call the API and say, Claude told us the best contractor for a Gaff distributor, right? So we know in 94108, this is the best contractor by the model that we ask it to identify. So now we know, right? We know it's True Tech Waterproofing Inc. In Clearmont, and they're in Florida. And we know how many tags, basically how many roofings, like what's their status. We've got their contact information. So what we're doing now is we're taking all of that information, all of the permit information, we're blending it together before we then go find the person we're going to send it to.
Okay, so what effectively you're doing, and this is, I want to make sure it's really clear because folks feel like they need to be expert in Clay. I don't think they need to. The way that I think about this when I'm in Clay is I'm sort of building queries on top of queries I'm taking data sets and going, I feel good about this data set. Now I'm going to move on to the next data set and the next. And I'm sort of iterating back and forth within Clay to be able to go and test and test and test down. And so where we are right now, frankly, at the end of the day, is still there's a bit of a journey to get to the point where we've got something useful for, say, sellers or digital marketers to actually go out and flag the audience.
That's exactly right, Doug. And frankly, this is the way that the kind of world works with APIs, is that you have these APIs, and the beauty is that you get context, you get context, you get context, you get context, and then you can get creative, and in that order. You have to get context and context and context and context, right?
So I think what I see from the chat is to zoom out a little bit from that, because somebody may get like confused or a little bit unclear what's this API thing and so on. So let's take one step back. Let's say you want to know something about one of your prospects. Do they have like a free plan, for example? Is that a yes or no? So you don't always need API calls. API calls, or APIs in this case, give you very specific, valuable data that you can't easily get off the internet. But the input could also be using Clay to, hey, go to this website's pricing page and identify for me if they have a free plan, yes or no. Then you have a data point that you can use for messaging, for qualification, disqualification. This is just a notch deeper on where you get the data that you do stuff with. So this is why you have to do API stuff and like integrate that and things like that. Of course, at one point you want to push stuff to get to this information, but it's really only one source to like get to something that I can use for messaging or qualification, disqualification.
And let's go do that, actually. So this is kind of it's really useful for the audience, but it's an unnecessary step in what I'm doing right now. But I'm going to go use the Clayagent to go research these. So like, let's say that the Shovels API team did not have perfect information on all these three contractors, which, right, they're scraping the world. They don't have contract information today, probably. Maybe some things have changed, right? These companies might be fly-by-night roofers. Who knows, right? So they may have changed ownership. They may have changed a bunch of, take the roof and run. It rains on your house. So what we're going to do next is we have all this information. We're going to build a Clayagent next, so that people can understand that. I hear this feedback all the time. Clay is hard. Clay is hard. Clay is hard. Clay is hard. The thing that Clay is attempting to do is democratize making complex things into simple steps. And so to say Clay is hard to me is like, it's hard to make a Michelin star meal. Yes, hard to make a Michelin star meal. Clay is trying to make it where a good pro chef can get there. That's the goal. It's not trying to get someone that goes and take out all the time. And it's like, and people are like, I put my hand on the stove and I burn myself. And I'm like, yep, that's right. Like, it's just why you wouldn't hire me to be an engineer, right? Like, but if you want me to be a junior engineer to do like just these very type of things that I'm like kind of okay about, yeah, you could help me get there.
So we're bridging people that are really familiar with Clayagent. This is based on the comments, to people that have not worked with Clay or know what a Clayagent is. So what's a Clayagent?
You make me define my terms here. Clayagent is a Clay agent. And so one of the wonderful things about the tool is that you can have an AI agent go search the web for you. And the nice thing is that I don't know, I mean, Doug, you have an understanding of AI here. What do you think it costs to have an AI agent search the web for you and structure information? Just take a guess.
Oh, geez, token translating into cost, I'm going to say pennies per search.
You can get it to be 1/10 of a penny per question. And suddenly, and this is the democratization of research. And this is Clay's huge value prop, which is to say that the best sellers have, like, okay, let me give you an example of a really, really what a seller that I worked with said that he did. They had a tool for customer service knowledge, like bring all your customer service knowledge into one place. So this is what the seller did. They contacted a company on chat They called the company and then they emailed the company, same question. You know what? 3 different responses about the policy. You know what they did? They took that to the head of customer support and they said, yo, Doug, Larry on chat, Barry on email, and Jessica on the phone all said that your return policy was 5 days, 15 days, and 34 days. Do you think that it would make sense for them to all access the same knowledge base? Amazing play, right? Like really great, useful information. You're taking totally not tenable to do at scale unless you have some way to scale that. The Clayagent can't chat with someone. Clayagent can call him. I picked a terrible example. I boxed myself in a corner here. But the whole idea is that Clayagent can go and do that research online. They can figure out, are there customer service complaints? What are those complaints? What sort of traffic? So have the Clayagent go to the similar wage. What sort of traffic do they get, right? Go to their customer support site. See if there are support articles. Like that's the type of stuff the Clayagent can do.
Okay, well, let's see Clayton in action. I get the concept, get the idea here, but we've got some questions that are popping up. You want to take it?
Yeah, so Jordan, there's one of them asking about Clayagent specifically and what models you use. And so they're saying to use different models based on your job for Clayagent and maybe some use cases across that, or how you think about that in general.
I only ever use 2 models on the Clayagent, and that is Sonnet 3.5, which is the most expensive. It's 3 clay credits, right? Which can, bring 20 to 40 cents a call, depending on the clay plan that you have. Sometimes even cheaper than that, 10 your clay credits here. And actually, if someone could look up the range of clay credit costs, that would be helpful on the pricing plan, so we can have some.
The clay credit cost, I think, on the cheapest plan is, I think, 7.5 cents per clay credit. And when you get to the more expensive plans, it's getting down to less than a cent. And it's not equal because or not one-to-one, because you also get the plan with certain features, but that's roughly what you have to spend, 7.5 and way down. Even if on the cheapest plan, and everybody who ever wants to do anything in that, get an OpenAI API key, get a Claude/Anthropic API key, put some money in. Those credits are going to stay for a very long time. And you can use that for a very, very low price, fractions of a penny, and you can do the same work without using clay credits. Very important.
And the nice thing about clay credits is an arbitrage opportunity, which is that, we've got Osman and so don't change anything about the pricing, please, Osman and Bo. Don't. I shouldn't be talking about this because I benefit dramatically from this. Sometimes it makes sense to almost always it makes sense on the cheapest model on GPT-4o Mini, which I use all the time, to use your own API key because it's like 2, 3, 4 orders of magnitude cheaper than clay credit. But on Sonnet 3.5, if you prompt like Jordan, I'm for sure costing clay money. They're hopefully they won't have it. They're gonna have to drop the Y in their name because of all the money that I'm the claw. They're gonna be called claw. So I use these 2 models. I use Sonnet 3.5 if I expect it to do a lot. If I expect it to go research 15 different things and I'm just throwing a lot of information at it. And also, like if I'm asking it to look at PDFs, and so if I have like a 2-page prompt, always Sonnet, and I use clay credits there. I never use my API key because it comes out to be like 20 or 30 cents, and I pay a tremendous amount of money for clay every month because I use so much of it. If I am if I'm okay with like a 20% worse performance, and I want 1/10 of the cost, I use GPT-4o Mini. It's really fast. It's excellent. If I'm doing anything related to copy at all, it's either Haiku, which is the lowest Anthropic, or Sonnet. So if I'm like, this has to be absolutely amazing, I use Sonnet. And the nice thing is that if you don't use the Clayagent specifically, if you just use the Anthropic integration, which is a great name, you can pay a single clay credit to call Sonnet. So 4,000 token response with like up to 200,000 context window, that would cost you probably 80 cents or something if you call somewhere between 30 and 80 cents. With a clay credit at these things, this is why you know, and you pay the monthly fee, et cetera, for Clay. But my good friend Zona, who I helped get a job at Clay, she has deployed a pricing plan for all of us, which means we can get rollover credits for a month. So you can always hold up to 2x your monthly Clay plan in credits. And it is just a tremendous value. They're trying. Clay wants you to use their credit system as much as possible and to take it to town. And I'm probably on the 2 Sigma end of using these credits.
So Nico earlier just asked about you were using a screenshot tool, and he said, "What is it?" Basically, it seemed like you like screenshot something and like paste it somewhere without like saving it, and he was saying, "Is that that?"
So I've got a couple of tools that I use. I'll get to the screenshot one. I use a tool called Typinator, which expands text prompts. So I can do this like fancy thing. I'll paste this in the chat. I can type plus index, and I use index and match a lot, and it just drops literally 2 different index and match things for me. So I can look up columns and merge them. And the second one actually pulls up an entire table by matching a single column. So you want to blend 2 tables together, like contacts and company information. I use that. Screenshot tool I use is CleanShot X. Patrick is going to hate me for this. He used to work at Loom. I left Loom many moons ago because Loom is like, I'll just use as much RAM as possible. Loom looked at Chrome and said, hold my beer. Loom's like, I will take up more memory than you, Chrome. Now I'm sure they fixed that now, but CleanShot, no, it's still, yeah. It's like, why does Loom? It's like, they must be, I think Loom just mines Bitcoin. Yeah, I think they're like, wow, it's like $10 a month, and it's like, yeah, the biggest purchase of Bitcoin. So I use a tool called CleanShot X, and I have a subscription to a company called SetApp, and I pay $10 a month, and it's just an app of apps. So I've got like Bartender on my computer, so I can like, you know, change the stuff at top. But it's really nice because I do all my videos on LinkedIn with CleanShot. I can take screenshots, I can mock them up, I can share things. I do all my YouTube content that way. Yeah.
I'm gonna. Oh, you go.
So Joey said, they said, wait, so you can call Claude Sonnet with internet searching capabilities without using Clayagent for 1 Clay credit?
Yes. Yes, you can. And so you basically can take all the context, which we will do that today. Anything else before we keep going? Okay, great. Thanks so much. Stop us at any time. All right.
Someone said.
Okay, so the question was, what are some techniques you can use to stop Clayagent from hallucinating so much? Absolutely amazing question. This is all about the context you feed it and the tasks that you ask it to do. And so you want Clayagent to stop hallucinating, you stop hallucinating. And that's because what happens is that you try to outsource your thinking to the models. And that is a terrible idea. So the world is a lot messier than we think. And so for you to ask a question, tell me everything about this company's support. It's a fucking unsensical, nonsensical. It just doesn't make any sense, right? What do you mean? Like how many tickets they get? You'll never be able to tell that. And the agent doesn't have the wherewithal to be like, I've decided not to do this because you're deranged and don't know, right? Which is what they should do, which is what a human would do. So if you gave a task to a human and you said, go to this company and tell me about all their support, what the human would do is the human would say, under what circumstances do I get promoted or fired here? Like, what does perfect look like? It's like, oh, well, perfect looks like this. And then what the human would do is they would go and find 10 examples and they say, you know, no one's really commenting on their support. Like no one's really providing feedback. So I was like, I decided not to look there. So you want Clayagent to stop hallucinating. Use the AI model to ask questions about how you should ask the question. So every time you think you shouldn't use AI, go one step earlier in the thinking. So pull up the, OpenAI's new reasoning model and say, I'm trying to figure out this task. And generally, this is what I know, but there's a lot of things I don't know. I don't know that, I don't know how often people write reviews. I don't know, blah, blah, blah. And so what would I want to know? And then if you use ChatGPT specifically, it can go search the web. So we can look online for you and say, is this right? And it says, well, it turns out, Kellen, people talk about this on Trust Advisor, or whatever that website, Trustpilot. Yeah, I always TripAdvisor and so Trust Advisor. Yeah, I just renamed that company. Yeah, our new sponsor. So you really need to, and you need to look. And so every time I asked the model to come back, I said, tell me where you found this damn information. And I click at it and it's like, no page found. I'm like, oh. So really, this is why we're calling on these APIs. This is why if the AI models were powerful enough, what I would do is I would say, here's the Shovels API, you figure it out. And we might get there one day. We might get there. But even when I was asking AI how to do what I'm doing today, it did not do a good job, right? Like I get a text Ryan, I'm like, hey, Ryan, he's like, yeah, use that one. Don't use this one. It's like, well, should I use it? Yeah, use that one. It's like, so you really do need to ask the right questions.
I have a point on that. If I can.
I'm adding one thing to that, and everything is so ambiguous. And when you even go back to your own question, what you ask something, when you reread it, for example, I'm always going back to one example, so it can be like a thread through. Does this company have a free plan? Yes or no? There are things between a free plan and no free plan. And when you ask that a person, or when you ask that 3 persons and go to these 25 companies and tell me the answer, you will not get 100% of the time the same answer. So this is again where Jordan's thinking came in. Ask the model to write that prompt in a non-ambiguous way. So for example, different variations of that term that it should look for are in there. So I would always go back to the most unambiguous question, and that will cut out a lot of hallucinations, because hallucination is something where it just comes up with something that isn't there, but oftentimes it's just unclear what does good look like. And I think going back to that can cut out a lot of that from my experience.
Yeah. Another thing I do, and then Joy, we'll get to the question of, do you always use AI to help come up with prompts? Would you say it's good practice? I'll just say I definitely think it's good practice. Another thing I do that I don't see a lot of people do is, even when I have an output, I'll always feed it back in and then ask it to like critique itself. And so like with Jordan's output, I just take that, send it in and be like, how could this be confusing? What about this could like fail? What is flawed here? And I found that both is really good at fixing that prompt, and it also teaches you the thinking in order to get better and better at preempting where issues come up. And so I think sort of allowing AI to teach you how to do that stuff is just total hack, very fast.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that's important is practice is not spelled with an S; it's spelled with a C here in America, and so that's the first thing I would tell the AI model to do. No, Joey, I'm just giving you shit. This is a good thing about editing afterwards. USA, yeah. I know. What if we just like chanted USA for the next 3 hours? That'd be deranged. Is it good practice? Yes. But the thing is that what I do is, and you'll see me do this in a second. Which is look through the answers and say, that's not correct. Like read. So what I do is I turn on Super Whisper and talk as I look at the response. So I'm like, that seems not right. Like, would you really do this? Like, I don't think so, blah, blah, blah. But I used to write the Clayagent prompts myself, but more and more I'm not using my keyboard. Like I'll talk to the models, and the models are pretty good. And it turns out actually that, I always talk about the models like a 300-pound hippo, right? And so it's like getting it to make left turns is really hard. And so what you do is you just throw a huge prompt at it with as much context as possible, and it can kind of figure it out. It's called a large language model for a reason. Give it large things. Just made that up. Okay, so let's get back into it. Am I sharing my screen? Do people see my screen? No. Okay. All right. So we've got the contractors here. Now, actually, what we're going to do is we're going to do some Clayagent work, because people have asked for Clayagent, USA. Okay. So let's pull up the Clayagent. This is the web researcher. Oh my God, did they change the price while we were on the phone? Okay, so this little key means you can use your API key, or you can use Clay's credit. So never use GPT-4o under any circumstance. I just never use it. I always go Sonnet or Mini, because Mini is just so cheap. So let's start with a mini model. Okay, so again, what we're going to do is we're going to grab this contractor information. and I've got the, whoa. Okay, great. So we've got the, I can use a Shovels API here. Shovels has an OpenAI API account that we've connected here. But what I want to do is I want to know, do I want to save changes? Cancel. Okay, save and do not run. So I haven't actually built a prompt yet. Okay, good. I always make sure I'm like really paranoid because Clay is aggressive about running things. Clay is like, I'll run with it. And when you do that, you spend credits. All right. So this is all the information I have about a contractor. And now remember, we want to start by giving the model context. So let's go into Claude, and Claude will be aggressive about rate limiting you. Basically, it will say like, you've run out of API calls. It always tells me that I have to come back at 6 p.m. 5 p.m.
Oh, but we also, when we prepared, we used the new GPT model, and at one point it just said, "Oh yeah, this is cool that you're using it. Come back in a month because you're like out of capacity for 4.1." So kind of something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we were using like the newest model. It's like, I'm thinking for 42 seconds, and it's like thanks for asking me how to cook a souffle. I researched for about 45 seconds about how to do that. And by the way, you can ask about how to make the next souffle in October.
And I got a nice response where it was thinking in 18 steps, which I had to open up. But the end response was, "I'm sorry, I cannot help with that," which was also very nice.
Okay, so great. So what I'm gonna actually go into Shovels, and I want to give it understanding on the contractors endpoint, so it knows like what the hell is it coming back. Get contractors permits address. This is the street. I actually want to know what they do, which API. So I'm gonna go back into Clay to figure out which API did I call to do this, which endpoint.
And I want to specifically call that out, dropping in either the URL of API documentation or anything technical, I would say, but specifically API documentations, or even a screenshot or the code. Just be wild with that. I've integrated APIs where I had no right to get this working as somebody who doesn't write the line of code, and it takes some iteration back and forth. But really this unlock of, I don't care, I'm just going to drop it, a URL, I'm copy and paste the whole website, putting that in, I'm going to send a screenshot. I literally said, this is the API documentation. This is a screenshot of the window where I want to put it. What do I need to put where? And it works. It needs some iteration. And this is just amazing. And also for what Jordan is showing here, a major unlock.
We will not be eating any pets on this live stream. I just want to make that really clear here. I saw that in the chat, and we do that on our own time.
We're talking about t-shirts here, Jordan. Come on.
T-shirts about eating pets. I'm gonna go get my t-shirts. Wow, I didn't say that at all. I didn't. I picked that up. All right, I am building an AI model to search the web here, and what I want you to do is at the top of this AI agent, I want you to give me variables for all of the permit information and all of the contractor information from the Shovels API. So, for example, I'm going to give you, I have an example array here of information. I also have all of the permits information. And the purpose of this model is that you're going to act as a Gaff distributor for roofing. And I have 3 contractors that the Shovels API has provided. And what I want you to do is give me everything that one might care about for, actually just for these 3 contractors. So you for sure want to repeat back the emails, the phone numbers, anything, and you want to summarize just the roofing. I don't care about all the other permits. I mean, maybe you might want to say what percentage of all of their business is roofing. And you should be creative here too. Remember that as a distributor for Gaff, there's a bunch of things that might be here or might be on the web. And so what I want you to do is help me think through where would they, if I've got a contractor, where would they research information? They might go to their website, which by the way, you can probably find in the email domain here. They might actually look at different places where they have to publish information. So first, what I want you to do before we actually develop this prompt, tell me as a great contract distributor for Gaff, what would you look for? What would you care about? What would be public online? And it might change by zip code or by county. So let's just help me think through step by step what you would look for. So all I'm doing is building context. So I'm not going to go do any additional work. Yeah, so let's talk about, someone asked about Perplexity and their web apps. Very good. I actually don't like Perplexity. I like a ChatGPT search feature, I think is just hands down better because it has the large language model to help guide your thinking. Perplexity answers the question that you asked, not the question that you wished you asked. And ChatGPT is better at answering that. So I have used their API. Their API, I think, is a $5 per 1,000 requests. It's not crazy expensive, but I actually just like the Claygen. And controversial opinion. There's people in the waiting room. Controversial opinion. I think that Claygen I don't use Claygen's Neon model at all. I just use GPT-4 Minions on it. Okay, business address, license certificates, Gaff certifications, if any. Okay, so now let's just talk as we. Okay, great. You talk about Gaff certifications. Well, is there a website that I might search? Remember, you're an expert in advanced Google search tactics. Manufacturer certificates, are they going to be able to find that online? Percentage of business roofing related, I like that. Type of roofing jobs, great. Actually, yes, that's fantastic. Roofing material, commonly used, also great. Service area or zip codes, that's good. You're going to find that on the website. Number of roofing permits, I like that. Average job value, that's amazing. Financial stability, I mean, that sounds like a pretty personal question. I don't think I would include that. You're not be able to get credit reports. This is just online information. Don't include that. Insurance and bonding, are you going to be able to find that online? I don't know. You tell me. Are you making this shit up? Workforce and capacity. Number of employees, you probably can find some of that online. That's really interesting. Equipment owned or leased, is that going to be online? Marketing, lead generation, maybe. Sustainability, maybe. So what I want you to do is reflect on everything I've said and everything above. Remember, you just have access to the public web and the shovels permit data. It's not like you have perfect information on the web. So I want to work with this thing a little bit more to be able to really refine the Claygen prompt here. You're absolutely right, and I appreciate your feedback. Well, thank you. I wish Doug talked to me like that. Fine certified contractors, percentage of the business roofing related. That's good. Okay. Okay, service area, number of ring permits. Okay, great. Great, I feel really happy with this. Now what we're gonna do is actually come up with a prompt for an AI web research agent. And at the top, what I want you to do is give me variables for all of the permit research and a variable for 3 separate contractors. So we're going to do research for 3 separate contractors. And then what I want you to do is at the end, I want you to say, check everything before you send it back to me. Spend at least 3,500 tokens on your search. Stop at nothing to find this answer. I want you to distill this prompt only to the things that we will find publicly, because remember, the agent can only take so many steps. So prioritize and structure their task because it has to go for 3. Just find me the most important things. I want you to build me a prompt that is absolutely explicit and uses strong language to talk to the model. All of the variables should be at the top. And we should absolutely make sure that this is a very capable AI prompt. Let's hope I don't get rate limited by Sonnet. Generally, you can only send so many messages a certain period of time. Oh, okay, great. Okay, I hate that. I did a bad job. Sorry, I just actually, I'm going to pass the permit data as an entire array. So just give me a section for permit data with 1 entry, permit data 2 with 1 entry, contractor 1, contractor 2, contractor 3. And you can describe what information they're going to find there because this is just from the Shovels API, which you already have context on. So just that will be passed in. I don't need it as a JSON array. Your mission is critical. I like that. Okay, great. State contractor license, online. This is great. Also, you should have it check the information already provided. And I think we should make sure to do this for each of the 3 contractors separately and repeat back the information about the contractor and information that's key. All right. So all we're doing here is we just want to, we're just providing an AI agent here. This is great. So remember, we're gonna, this is a little wrong, but that's okay. I'm not gonna do this again. This is good enough. Okay. So we're gonna use the clay agent here. This is a small detour. I probably wouldn't use the clay agent in this case, but it's really important that you understand what's possible here. Mission. Okay, great. So permit data 1, all we're going to do is pass all of that permit data that we had. By the way, how are you guys enjoying this? Like, would you, are you finding value here? I would love to hear from the chat here. I know that we've been on for about a couple hours now. Is this, am I going too fast, too slow? Best contractor. Okay. This is the all permits. This is what I want. Okay. Permit data 2. And let me finish this, and then I will talk to the room here. Permit details second. Remember, we can only run up to 50 results because of the some Shovels API stuff. Contractor 1, and we just have to change this to not be a string here. We're just going to do this. Contractor 2, and then contractor 3. So this is, and what we're going to do is actually, I always run this under my own API key, in this case, Shovels API key, and I say, should we use clay credits, or should we use OpenAI credits? So I'm passing in all the details. Remember, this is the array, which is just a fancy engineering term for like a list of all of the information for these 3 contractors. So I've got all this at top here. And remember, it knows, I think it knows who we are here. Okay. So we're going to start with GPT-4o Mini, and I'm just going to use Shovels API key. And then we've only run the, actually, let's run the API. Oh, we run, great. Let's actually run this for everyone. Now, if I'm not careful, this additional run can trigger all the other runs. So it's like, this is why it's really important to do this. And actually, we probably should, I feel pretty good. I actually feel pretty good about this prompt. And so I think we can run this for the whole thing. Clay has fantastically donated a bunch of credits to us. So we're gonna let this run. It takes some time to talk to the model here. Now let's actually, we've got a couple of rows, so we're just gonna click to run these and see what the clay agent comes by. All right, well, while we wait for that, did we have any questions from the thread?
No questions.
Quite some affirmation. Even people who just joined 5 minutes ago already got value out of it. I like that. That's very good. So a lot of thumbs up there.
That's good. Thank you. I'm glad that you're getting value here. Okay, great. Wow, look at this. Okay, so look at this. 0.3 of a penny, right? That's wow. That's just about. That's just. I think that's the actual value of our friendship there, Doug. 0.3 of a penny. We're vicious to each other. All right, let's just go docs.new. Let's just see what the Claygen has come up with here. All right. Total permits. Oh, we got active, right? So Assured Roofing Average job value, verified on Gaff certified. Okay, that's great. License number, verified on the Colorado State License Board. No violations or no disciplinary actions. That's really interesting. Is Doug Roofing Company falling off a roof, or is he you know, is there something happening here? And maybe the Gaff, the gaffer here is going to care about that information. Re-roofing, repair, installation of various roofing materials, frequently used Gaff timberline shingles, active on both 1,200 followers, showcase complete customer testimonials. So great, right? This is the kind of stuff that, you know, in Kellen his roofing days, he would want to know this information. All right, we got reviews, common quality work and timely compensation, right? No complaints are logged, right? This is the kind of customer that you want to sell more to, right? This is going to represent your brand well. Best roofing company by the Centennial Chamber of Commerce. God, we should get this person to promote the podcast here. Business history, major milestones, expanding service in 2018. Okay, great. So we have some history of the account now, right? Percentage, 83% of their jobs are roofing related, right? That's very helpful. 14 to 15K, high substantial. So this is like just a roofing guy. It's kind of just roofing. Okay, great. So you can see how now we're building up really, really great context. I feel good about this. Do you, guys, like before we run this for everyone, let's do a gut check here. Is there anything we want to do before we go and run this information on all of the folks here? Oh, you're happy. Wow. It's the only time I've ever pleased a room. Okay. So, great. So that's running now. I would say we're going to run this. We're going to spend some of that sweet shovels money here because we're not going to use our clay credits because this is just so cheap. Let's do the math here. Remember, we filtered. We've got 2,092. So this is an average cost, 2,092. So we're going to spend $14 of shovels money. So Ryan, hide your kids, hide your wife. Take out that loan here. We're going to spend 14 bucks.
Which is why it's so funny that people are like so worried about like breakaway costs with clay. Is I think it's like a lot of times if you're using like the right things, it's these very, very small incremental amounts.
Yeah, I mean, like, think about how long if you sent your, like, what is your SDR's time worth, right? And in this case, like, and think about how long it would take them to do that research. Oh my gosh, I hope I didn't. Okay, great. I want to do this. Save settings, please. I think they fixed this. Bo, if you're around, do you know if now you guys changed it so that if you make a field not required, it doesn't mark it as stale data? Was that a change that y'all made?
No, that would still do stale data.
Oh, amazing. Well, it seems to not be happening, which is fantastic. I'm just going to randomly call on you, Bo, no matter where you are. We got a question?
Yeah, so the question is, it says, trying to glue some points. Have you seen turning off some fields to stop clay from fetching that data? Just need to understand the action behind it. Isn't it better to have them all live in order to get more context output from the agent? So talking about turning on and off the variables inside of a clay agent prompt, if you turn it off, it does not skip that if there is data there. It's just saying it's not forcing it. Is that correct?
Exactly correct. So basically, when you say to a clay agent, right, it says this says some inputs missing, right? So in this case, we didn't find details on the third contractor. No details found. So as long as there's one contractor, I feel okay about this. So I want to turn this off to basically, and you can see here, clay is like required to run, right? So it's like, as long as they have a best contractor and some permits, then I want to run. So I'm going to save the settings. And so, okay, so you can see how clay is now saying, hey, this is stale data. So I'm going to have to run this again. I can still use this data, but Clay's saying we now don't trust this information. For license could not be found. So this is why you have to this is like you have to be really careful here because maybe we actually didn't pass the best contractor. Did we pass in the best contractor? Yeah, ID. So in this case, I probably want to be a little bit clearer about what fields it should look for. Because in this case, it's saying, oh, like we looked and they're looking at the ID field, not the name field. And so I didn't, I should have worked with the agent to provide a little bit better information. The kind of nice thing is that if you do this, I could not find an answer, sorry. So this was 7 cents. So you can see sometimes, and you can limit Clay here, but so this is a penny. So we might have actually, in this case, like this is why it's good to run on a small number of these things and check. Say, okay, what is the sort of total cost going to be? Okay, contractor, online available. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to actually kill this because what we didn't do a good job of here is we didn't tell the Clayagent that to search the contractor name in the name and look at the website. So I'm going to tell the agent that now. I'm feeding the agent a lot of context here. And what I want you specifically to look at is the name in the best contractor field. I want you to, and it's in the array, and it's literally called name because it's the Shovels API. And then I want you to look at the zip code, the state, the business name, and the domain of the email address. So the first thing that the AI agent should do is absolutely look at that information and key off that. There's going to be a lot of IDs, which are totally useless for your task. Remember, you're searching the web. So can you provide this agent that context to ignore that information, and it should only search for the data that we care about? Also, I don't want it in this like crazy / variable thing. You just can give me permit data 1, permit data 2, permit data 3, and then in the same thing, contractor array 1, contractor array 2, just like you did for the permit data 1, 2, and 3. And then specifically what I'm going to do is give me a section to call out the contractor name, the contractor email, and the contractor business name. That way I can give the AI agent a little bit more clarity here. I stopped the share, not the model. It's like Jordan GPT had a failure of reasoning there. So this is actually why I think that if I had used Sonnet, that we wouldn't have this problem, that it would recognize not to search the web for some name. Oh, yep. I said yep. I have seen you turning off some fields. Okay, great. We got that. All right, great. We've got revised prompt now. Generally, I do this blind, which is to say I just literally paste in the updated prompt. And this is the nice thing about having the all the variables up front, is that you can just only paste in the bottom pieces, which is really helpful.
So I have a question from Steve, and this is great because you were just explaining this to me, and I thought it was super cool. Is why are you telling the prompt to spend at least 3,500 3,500 tokens?
Well, part of this is a Clay arbitrage thing because Clay charges me a fixed credit amount no matter how hard the model works. Now, generally, I surf this line because what happens is the Clayagent will time out, and actually Bo probably has an answer here, but I think it's 120 seconds or so. The Clayagent will try for 120 seconds. Actually, maybe this is Clay Secrets. We shouldn't actually give the number out. I don't know it, but it seems like it'll time out there. So what I try to do is I try to push the agent to 119 seconds. And so 3,500 tokens seems to be the amount where it's like, where it will be like, all right, I'm trying. And then if it times out, I can just try it again. And I'm not charged for timeouts essentially. So 3,500 tokens is a way for the model to just keep working to the very end. And actually, I am not a big believer in the Clay Neon model, but Andreas is. So why don't you talk a little bit about the Neon model here and steps? And you had mentioned something about the Neon model being able to take more steps. So can you give us a little flavor there while I just do the boring work?
Yes, happy to do that. So from my experience, which is not like super scientific, it's like a lot of tries, and my approach is usually you have three elements that make good AI results, which is the input data. That could be like, what are you feeding from an API call? What websites are you putting in? Are you putting in the general company website, or are you already feeding it the pricing website? That makes one thing. The other is the quality of the prompt. The better the prompt is, obviously, the better the output is going to be, at least in most cases. And there's a third element, and this is just me talking about my theory of these things, which is which model are you actually using? And models are good for just you develop an intuition for that. And for me, Neon works really well with things where you have to have the model do many different steps. So for example, when you use a GPT-4o mini, I think this is not scientific. The Clay team will know much more on that, but I think it does maybe 9-10 steps where it does certain Google searches, then takes that result and does another Google search or things like that. But Neon, I've seen actually do about 20 steps, which for a complex prompt can really give you, like, this thing can do a lot of work and give you great results on that. And also, I feel it has a higher, please somebody correct me if that's not the right word, but a higher leniency about when you didn't prompt in a very unambiguous way. I would say it understands more of, okay, so they didn't completely specify exactly what I'm looking for, but I think it takes better guesses. That is not something scientific. Nobody please print this on a t-shirt. And I would be very happy about not to be quoted with that. The next thing I want to say is that it can take on a lot of more context, and context specifically in the context window. This is a very technical term. It basically means how many words can you put in. The tokens are not words. It's more like syllables, but like it can take in much more information, much more text, and you're able to, if you use it, thank you. If you use it directly, for example, on a document with a high volume, like a 10K, you will like get only hallucinations from a model that is not clear Neon, or not only hallucinations, but they will just stop reading the document at one point, and they may come up with things they know from their own world knowledge, which may look like it comes from the document, but it's actually just knowledge that the model have. And depending on the prompt, that may be very confusing. What is coming from the source I put in and what is coming from the general model knowledge. And Neon is able to take in much more of that and can basically, to put it in human terms, which sounds very weird to say, but to put it in human terms, it can read much more stuff. It can read more stuff, it can take more steps, and I think it can work around more ambiguity in what you're asking for it. I don't know how much experience you have with using it. I play around a lot. Like, maybe you want to drop in your thoughts. Or not.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, I actually, there we go. I'm not the heaviest Claygen user, and so I do use. I know you're gonna think that's crazy, right? So what I am though. No. Let me explain.
And then there were three of us.
Yeah. No, because I do use it plenty, but I default to web scraping and then ingesting that versus using Claygen, because I tend to only, like, I will literally use it only if it's something that cannot be achieved that way, where there's sort of like this question how I'm going to have it go search. And so a lot of times if I'm using Claygen, I'm using it for things that I know are more challenging, less likely to be perfectly right. And so, and I'll use it a little bit different, right? I'll maybe tokenize it less, use it less for copy, more for like segmentation side of stuff.
Sounds really cool. And actually, I pointed that out, or asked for that feature in the Clay Slack, and I'm just going to put some more pressure on. I would love to use the
Clay Slack call.
Huh?
What's the Clay Slack call?
The Clack. I call the Clay Slack the Clack. And please, somebody put that on a t-shirt. The Clack is just a thing that should be much more well known. And what I would actually love to do is exactly what you said. I would love to be able to use Neon on local data, where you have a massive scrape of data, where you have data that is somewhere in the table and then use neon on that.
Yep.
I sometimes don't want to have Go It online, and that's something I'm missing. So no pressure, but I'm expecting a t-shirt and the feature.
Yeah.
That's kind of the thing.
I love it.
And since Jordan is just quickly out, I want to point out one other thing, and I'm just going to do that without, or actually maybe I should share and quickly show that. That's going to be really, I don't know if you call it a hack, let's call it a thing to do in order to troubleshoot results. Somebody asked about hallucinations and something is not working out as well. Something I absolutely love about how Clay presents the work of AI to you is okay, so it's not in the Anthropic, but when you use Claygen, do we have a Claygen here? Yes. What it does is the steps taken. That is, and I see Callan as a pro nodding here, like it's easy to overlook, but when you go into a result of a Claygen column and you look at the steps taken, you actually see step 1, search Google for assured roofing or whatever. And this is a fantastic way to see. I had a thing where I built something, I don't even know what exactly it was, but out of the blue, McDonald's showed up. And it was so interesting, like, how is that to do with something? And the thing was that that was such a less known company that for some reason McDonald's ranked higher in the search results. And this is how McDonald's showed up in the prompt or in the text that I was generating with Claygen. And this is a fantastic way to troubleshoot that. Or just frankly to understand what it's actually doing, look at the results and look at the steps taken, and like a meta thing for the people inclined to go really deep on this. You can also use models and throw them at a complete output of a Claygen and say, hey, look at everything that's in here, including the steps taken, and have it verify if that makes sense, because it will take into consideration what searches actually have been done. So that was more or less to bridge some time until Jordan was back, but that was really a helpful hack for me when I discovered that.
Yeah, one more thing on that too is
Do your own mic, I think that's better.
One of the things on that is I think actually the steps taken part can be the more useful thing if you're using this for copywriting too, because that's where you start to get this very unique sort of specificity and like almost directionality to what you're saying, because you have a narrative to this idea. So it's like one thing if you can say, you know, if you feed something in that says like this person does roofs, it's like one, or okay, I'll use a better one. I had a client where I did use Claygen a ton for this, where they do drone inspections, right? It's like a drone company and they sell to companies that do like inspections. And so we were looking at, so we're asking if they do inspections for like facades, bridges, 5 different specific structure types. And so we'd send Claygen out into the world and be like, can you find out if these people do this? And then we'd attach a confidence interval to that, right? And so then we'd say like, only give it, top confidence if it explicitly says something of which then gets a certain campaign. We can be like, Andres, I know that you on your website, you say X, Y, Z. But then we have these ones that say, then the other category would be like, it believes they do bridges because it has, let's say, image, whatever the thing is. And we'll enroll them in a campaign where we will say, we looked at your website, it didn't explicitly say this, but, and then you can inject that reasoning behind it. And it's very smooth copy, presents very well, in my opinion.
Wow, that's a nice hack. I mean, it all feels like a hack when you do things like that, right? Fantastic, thanks.
We have. Do you often take these steps taken and feed this into Claude Sonnet to then again improve your initial prompt by pointing out some? Okay, yeah. I'll just answer that real quick if it's cool, Jordan. So one, Jordan uses his talking, so he'll sort of just hit the super whisper button. He'll kind of read through it and like narrate to it and then rerun it. Oftentimes that's Jordan's way. I usually will take the output, feed it back in, and explicitly ask it like, am I making any assumptions? Is there any gaps in my thinking? I'll often honestly ask like, how could this go wrong? So rather than even say, is this good enough binary, I'll force it to give me potential errors. And again, sometimes I'll use like scores on that where it'll say like 1 to 5, how impactful would this be to change, right? So that you can sort of get these estimations of like, am I going to really move the answer or not? So, but anyways, answers, yeah, definitely use AI to course correct further.
Okay, so we can get back to the Clagent process. This happens. I don't know exactly why this happens, but what will happen sometimes is I replaced it, and I tried both. I tried both Sonnet and GPT-4o Mini, and you can see how it like the amount of text came back was like drastically less. And so I'm actually not going to dive into these prompts. Like this is like probably pretty useful information, but we're getting like deep in time here, and I want to actually be able to figure out who we need to go contact. And I'm probably going to send Kellen and Andreas to do some work next in parallel here, so that we can try to get to shipping something. So and later in the episode, I'm probably going to have you look at the Smart Lead and set up stuff in Smart Lead if you're okay. And Andreas has the login information for that Smart Lead, so he can hand that off to you. Thanks to our sponsor Smart Lead for getting us set up, and Rohan for actually setting up all the inboxes for us. Okay, so I'm not going to go down this this rabbit hole of the Clagent here, because remember, we're only trying to open up a conversation. I don't need to remember, we're not competing against the best possible thing we could do. We're competing against other people, the other permit companies that are talking to these prospects, and they generally are not doing what we're doing. I want to get a show of hands in the Slack here. Like, how many people are new to the stream in the last like 30 minutes to an hour, or if you would find it valuable for us to kind of recap what we've done here before we move on to the next step. If you could just comment to make sure that we have some understanding of where people are at. Otherwise, we'll just keep. Okay, great. We got one recap request. Okay, great. Doug, if you could give us kind of the recap request of what we've done to date before we move on.
Okay, so here we go. Recap in 10 seconds or less. The company is Shovels. Shovels has an API that allows that crawls and scrapes permitting data. I think if you guys know, permitting data is pretty fractured. There's no standards necessarily. So this in and of itself for a Shovel is a big deal. What we're trying to understand is how do we take that? How do we go find an audience that will allow us to set up a test campaign with LinkedIn? The way that we've approached that is to do what's called inversion, effectively saying there are some weak points in what Shovels is delivering right now from a data standpoint. Are there parts of the world where their data is more complete? What we're looking at is roofing contractors, and we're trying to square data across those various aspects. So Jordan talked before about sort of the manufacturers, the distributors, and the people that are actually installing roofs as that initial audience. And then what we have been doing is effectively using a combination of Claude and Clay to iterate through a series of databases, including Shovels, and then scraping and crawling and iterating to the point that we have if you will, a good hypothesis or educated guess as to where we want to go next. A couple tips that if you missed, are really key. Don't hesitate to use AI to create your prompts for you. Jordan also is using Super Whisper a great deal here to create some pretty beefy prompts. So very beefy prompts. We can, yeah, you're going to ask me to change this on the fly.
Here we go. And so where we are right now, folks, is we have transitioned to the point where Jordan's about ready to spit an output, getting a little help here from Andreas and Kellen to get there. And what we're going to do next is see if we can apply this then to a LinkedIn campaign. Again, end result here is LinkedIn campaign and email campaign. And I'm feeling Jordan are going to be working on some messaging here really soon.
Wow. I never thought I would be so grateful to hear a better quality version of your voice, Doug. The further away you are, the better. Oh God, I don't believe that, but I really like Doug. Okay, so let's dive in. We're gonna try to move on here because we have enough information. We're not gonna use this Clagent prompt here. Now, this is really confusing here because this says queued, but notice there's no little spinning thing. So I think what that, and and there's no stop run. So this is not actually queued. This is Clay lying to me here. And so, oh, you want me to zoom out? Oh, is that better actually? Do people like seeing like the full table? Okay. So so we've got so now just like we've got the contractor analysis. So these are the these are the contractors, the JSON array of information, and we're just gonna basically paste the contractor analysis plus the contractor contact information. Now we're not going to go further because we only have so much amount of time, but we might actually go further when we write to another table. So Nico asked me to zoom out and he said, oh, it was his problem. Okay, so we've got the best contractors and we've got the top contractor analysis, but now we need to figure out who this is useful for. Now, this is where I did a bunch of work ahead of time. So Cheerio, what a lovely name. So what I did is that there is a Gaff find a distributor. There's this page here. Not now. Residential roofing. Okay. So there's residential roofing and commercial. And so I can put in a number here and there's 39 results. And if I go 95125, I can say, and then commercial, there's different stuff for commercial. We need all this information. And so I spent a bunch of time on Friday building a scraper to do this. I don't know anything about web scraping in terms of all the technicalities, but again, Claude and yeah. I do it for a living, but I have someone on my team that does all the web scraping, right? But the thing about working with engineers to do web scraping, they built all this stuff before generative AI. And they built it before some of these tooling like Appify or Route, et cetera. So I spent a bunch of time figuring this out. So I did, and I'm going to quickly go through this because this is not actually super useful. But basically, if you pull out, if you do inspect element, and then you go to the network tab somewhere here, network. You can, as you click through these things, you can find the network calls that are fired off. So let me move this here. Okay, so if I then go to next, there's a bunch of network calls. Actually, you generally have to refresh to get this thing to work. Shorter so I can see this. Yeah, so I don't know exactly. This is not my area of expertise, but you can kind of inspect these network calls, and then there's a file called a HAR file that you can download. And then basically I just had I uploaded that ChatGPT and I say, hey, what should I care about here? So we eventually, and I said, hey, I can use Appify. That's like the most thing I can use. That's like the most scrapey thing I can use. So we eventually got to this Cheerio scraper, and this basically can make backend API calls. So we figured out, we basically reverse engineered their API, me and ChatGPT. I had ChatGPT write a script to basically figure out their URL structure. So you can see here that it's like latitude, longitude, and Gaff, and the search radius and page size. So show me 20. So, and then selected type, what type of distributors? These are all called query parameters. And so I basically said, yo, and it's like, okay, great. I know the API uses latitude and longitude. Well, fortunately, all of our zip codes in that file that we have had latitude and longitude.
You need
so I
paper.
Sorry, someone asked me a question, Vlad? Or can you mute if you? Yeah, thanks. Okay, you can ask a question in the chat, please. So basically, once I went and did that, it created a script of all of the different zip codes and all their different latitudes and longitudes. So I uploaded that, and then it wrote this like crazy script for me to basically call the API. Because I kept feeding it the right context, I'm like, what should I do next? What should I do next? How do I do that? Where would I get that information? And so last night we ran it, and it took a lot to do this. So if anyone want to take a guess, so there's 2 million results, and there's 2 million results because because it's a huge radius. So zip codes will have overlapping, so it'll find the same people. It cost me a grand total of $13.38. Ryan, I'll send you a bill. I ran that last night, and so oh my gosh, so almost 2 million. So I'm just going to download this here. And these are all of the Gaff distributors. So let's actually take a look. 2 million records for $13. Yeah, it was a great deal. So while this is downloading, and I can basically go preview this. So you can see that the, so I click into the run here, and I can see the output. So it structured this for me. So this is the full address, the distributor type. This is the Home Depot, latitude, longitude, the phone, and then their website. Amazing. Like everything I could have asked for. Now, there's going to be a lot of duplicates. When I asked ChatGPT the number of Gaff distributors in the country, I think there was 10,000. So not if I was an engineer, I wouldn't have done it this way. But pretty useful and valuable thing to spend a Friday doing when you're trying to be on a stream, or maybe not for a lot of you. This is going to take a while to download. So what we're going to do next is we're going to, so I've uploaded some of these here. And we've got their phone number, their address. We probably won't use the Clay deduplication. Clay has this wonderful feature that'll dedupe based on any column you want. So it'll just delete the dedupes. We have only 290 here. We're actually going to replace this table. But what we're trying to do next is to figure out who, we've got zip codes here, and we've got zip codes in this field. So we're going to have to go start looking up titles now of the people at these companies. So I'm probably going to hand it over to Andreas and Kellen to use the Claygen, to go use Clay to find people. And then once we have the people, then we're going to go look up records from the other part of this as a workbook, because we've got 2 other pieces here. And we're going to look up the result of just a handful of things in the previous table so we can bring in that context. So Andreas, why don't you pull up the titles, which we have in that main doc that we were to shovels about the titles they target, which I think are like field sales, etc. This thing is still downloading. It's, might take a bit. So while you do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the boring work of deleting duplicates by addresses, and I'm going to replace that whole actually, what I'll do is I'll create a new workbook that's not that Puppeteer, so you can work in that Puppeteer and then maybe migrate your work over. Does that sound? Or the little the other tab in that Clay work table that we're looking at. I'll just rename this actually to Gaff Distributors.
So question was, could you use the same technique in Cheerio to do something like this with Crunchbase or SEMrush or similar web?
You don't need to. So the Claygen can browse that stuff fine. I use Zenrose to grab that information. So if you wanted to, and this is actually a good hack, so let's do google.com. Anyone should throw out a domain. What information do you want? What company do you want to know about? Let's do Chief Outsiders. CHIEF?
ChiefOutsiders.com.
Outsiders. CHIEF, is that right?
Yep, you got it.
Okay, so this is Doug's company here. This is the CEO. So I basically can point the $40 million. Jesus, Doug, maybe you should have sponsored this. So I didn't. You're right. I didn't ask. Free advertising. So you can see all this information is free. They just published this. So 120 C-level director, non-manager. Doug's one of this 11 here, I think. This is not true. So you can see kind of the org chart. This is all free information that ZoomInfo just publishes for anyone to use. So you basically can tell the Claygen to do this exact search. ZoomInfo/C, Chief Outsiders, and then you've got ZoomInfo's information. Of course, Art is, would you say Art is like a 10 out of 10, Doug?
A 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. Okay, yeah.
This man is not new to business. Okay, so
Jordan, do me a favor. Can you put a little pause in here? Talk to us about the journey from where we are right now to a LinkedIn campaign. Just give us a little sort of a preview of what we're likely to see as we go on.
Sure. So what we're going to do next here is we have all of the research now from the Shovels API. Amazing, right? We've used generative AI to understand what folks care about. We've used AI to be able to understand everything about the top contractors, right? So we have the raw data, but now we need to know who is going to use this raw data. So we've got all the Gaff distributors. So we know they're a Gaff distributor. We know if they're residential or commercial. So we haven't talked about that yet, but that will be in there. So what Callan and Andreas are going to do for us next is they're going to go use Clay to go find people. And we're looking at field salespeople, right? So if you're in Biloxi, Mississippi, and you are a Gaff distributor at B&B Roofing Materials, you want to know about who are the leads that you should contact to sell more of your Gaff material, right? We've already done that part. We just need to connect those two pieces. So once we can do that in Clay, we've got the two great experts here to help us out. Then they're outside. They're outside. Yeah. Don't worry. They're coming into the. They're coming in through the window. I'm putting them on the spot. So they're going to go use Clay to go find titles. And go find those people. And then once they find titles, what we'll do is we'll blend information from the other table to that person. So we're going to look up the zip code. So we know what city they're in or whatever. And we're going to look that up from the other table. Then we're going to have the context on the people table. Once we have the context, then all we have to do is figure out what's the message that we should write. What's the message on email, and what's the message on LinkedIn. And then we'll have Kellen help us launch the cold email campaign, the expert that he is. And then we're going to launch a Hey Reach campaign, two of our sponsors. So Hey Reach will automate the LinkedIn messages. We've got Ryan, the CEO, that's connected up his account. And of course, there are limits. We can only send X number of day and like only certain number of messages. So then we just need to format the message to the data to make sure it's useful.
So the question is, 50K view, do you always, Jordan, personally, do you always start companies and then qualify them and then find people at those companies and then tack onto that? Do you ever start with just people?
Never. I think I've never done that. Never. Because someone exists in the context of an organization. It is it's a hard enough thing to filter out companies. It's a hard enough thing to build a segment. And so if I were to say, it would be a weird thing for me to say, I want to talk to all the CMOs in the world. Like, so I don't even know when I would do that.
I get, like, so my example is like sometimes, so to your point, most of the time we're talking about a person in the context of who they are to the company. I do think sometimes you have, it's almost like I'll source, like there have been plenty of times where my top level filters, like companies that have this person, because I have such a specific thing to that person. So like, imagine if you saw like GTM or Clay, why is my brain like Clay engineer, right? And so you might be like, oh, if I wanted to reach out to people who are Clay, operators inside of non-Clay companies, then you probably wouldn't filter company level anything. You would just go in and you'd pull people not at Clay with this title. And then inherently that company, the company list is just the companies that employ these people, because the people is the thing.
I will qualify companies by count of roles at company and understand, but I will always start there because you just can't understand what someone does independent of their company. And so at the end of the day, I'm still going to enrich information about their company. I'm going to find out what they do, etc. And I don't have a lot to hang my hat on. And also, people don't exist in a segment. Like companies exist in a segment. And so it would be weird for me to, I have only one thing to say if I find Clay engineers at another company. Use Clay, I use Clay, and even if I go research the company afterwards, there's other things that I'm going to care about. So if they have a Clay person and they're at a company with 10,000 employees, they're going to be doing way different things with Clay. So I'm still qualifying by the company level anyways. So the fact that I started with people is really just a company qualification criteria disguised by another means. Okay. So we've got the list downloaded. So let's go back in and we're going to And do you guys have the titles pulled up?
Yes.
In the Clack, in the Clack Clay Slack. Okay, let's while they get the titles pulled up, let's go ahead. 152 megabyte file. Super organized in here. What is this? The question is like, what is the table we're going to build the contracts in? Yeah, no, I understand you asked me that question. So I think that it's this table. It's the workflow of Gaff distributors. So I'm going to go replace that with the real data set. Found a problem. Do you still want to try? I trust this source. It's me. I trust me. So I'm gonna replace that table. Do you have, Andreas? I know you did some work in that table before. Is there columns you want me to preserve? I can just overwrite the table. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
Those we need for the API, so leave those in.
By repairing or removing the unreadable content. Okay, delete that. Okay, great. Okay, so I'm going to do the boring work of removing duplicates.
Just want to flag, we've got a really good question here from Vlad's iPad regarding compliance. This is GDPR. So at some point, let's address that for him, please.
I don't work in the EU. Like, I just don't work in the EU. Like, this is a terrible answer.
Are you have to mute?
Hey,
good luck getting an edgewise here. Andreas, can you speak to this at all? Privacy concerns when it comes to GDPR? Yes, I'm leaning into your German accent.
Nice to become the on-the-spot GDPR expert. I want to be really careful here and honestly not 100% answer it because it's not my deep area of expertise. I think there are like my top level knowledge is that when you do business within the region that is covered by GDPR, you have to adhere to it. This is, I think, the safest answer I can give to that. We are talking about the North American market here. We are looking purely at North American clients or customers or prospects in this case. So this is the response I can give to that. To my knowledge, GDPR is pretty encompassing. If you do business within that region, you have to adhere to it.
Can I give some shorthand for everybody? And that would be that for an email campaign, yes, unless you have an opt-in database, you've got a problem, right? And I think it's 500 euros per violation. But for the LinkedIn campaign, we're ultimately going to set up here. That's not a challenge. In other words, whatever we have to do to arrive at an audience within LinkedIn is not going to be something necessarily covered by GDPR. So the shorthand here for me is always, if I'm sending an email campaign, I'm worried about GDPR. Otherwise, I'm not as worried about it.
Great. Thanks for the additional advice from the additional expert.
okay. So we're going to import. So you have to be really careful when you import because it's really easy to blow away your table, which I didn't want to do. That's why I deleted the rows. So I'm going to add to current table, continue. Address, I think actually we have distributor type, which I think these are all the tables. So Clay does this really beautiful thing where it maps all the tables perfectly. Save and do not run. I always save and do not run. And I always turn off auto update. Okay, great. Table. Okay, great. So, okay. Turning this is like, okay, sorry. Doug had his, he took his AirPods out, so his volume was up. Okay, so we've got the, these are unique by address. So sometimes we're going to find other people in this same address. So, so gents, I think what you should probably do next is share your screen, use a formula to pull out the zip code from the address field, and then probably use a combination of find people and use the Clayagent to go find more people that are in that, or actually maybe find people and then use a clay agent to take those people and find anyone that's in that city or that zip code. So we have all the people that are kind of around that zip code, so we can look that up from the original table so that we have a list of people that are that we can then deploy messaging against. Company level, location level, ideally, because sometimes we have. So you're going to notice that there's like Home Depot and Lowe's, and it's like, and so yeah. So what you're going to do is, I'll let you share in a second. So and then you're going to have the website too. So it's like you probably want to start with finding the people, and then maybe use the clay agent to verify that they work in that location. Because my thought here is to look up both the location that the person works at and the company works at. So in either case, we'll have context for them. So we'll give two zip codes where their company, well, actually, we probably, because they're the sales reps, we should just use where they work. So I want to make sure that we're really clear here, because I want to pass the mic over to both of you. Get the zip code, find the people, and then we're going to have to import some other, we're going to look up the columns from the other table and then put that in this table. And then we'll use that for messaging and clay. And then the next, after that, Andreas, I'm probably going to have you do the HeyReach integration, which I know is like totally random. You've never done that before, so we'll figure it out. Yeah. And then, or yeah, I've never done it before either. Yeah. And then Kellen, you have all the smart lead contact login information. It's in a doc. Did I share that? Oh, the smart lead. Okay, so Ryan, if you're on, I think we need your smart lead login information. That's the only piece that we need. We're not quite there yet. We're making great progress. I think actually we're going to be able to ship some stuff by 3 p.m. when we close. So we got two more hours left. Okay, are you guys good on the plan here? Yeah, okay, for now. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm going to pass the mic over to Kellen. Yeah, build it live. That's where, yeah.
The mic on?
Yeah. Now we're
Okay,
mic'd.
so
Now we're
here
mic'd,
we
yeah.
are on.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Let me go into this. This go away. Okay, so Jordan, real quick question on this. So like, so a lot of so these are like Home Depots and stuff, right? In this, you would use website ID to search people on like LinkedIn, search people, and then qualify those people with Clayton. You're saying basically like go get more information about them.
Yeah, I think so. I think we could find because when the find people, it pulls. I haven't used that clay feature. It pulls a list of people, like a nested array of people with those titles, those companies. Okay. Yeah, so you might find that it's too many people. I don't know. Like if you pull the regional sales people in, actually you should probably do regional sales people by that zip code or by that city. So can you filter by the city they're in?
Yes.
Okay, so go just pass in the city as so do another formula to extract the city name from that. We're gonna order some doors.
I'm gonna do the zip code thing, so we have that separately.
What do you guys want to eat?
Whatever.
Gamma is paying. Or fine. Can you imagine Gamma as a sponsor using code Blueprint?
Let's see. Let me check the chat real quick. Recent funding rounds, revenue data, qualified. Okay, looks like you guys are answering those. Growth machine or HeyReach. We are using HeyReach here, Joey. Right? HeyReach, who's a sponsor of today. That's who we're using for LinkedIn outreach.
Yeah, HeyReach. I think I have codes for all this too. So if anyone wants to sign up for these things, let me know. Just ping me on LinkedIn and I'll give you a code that will give you extra benefits.
All right, cool. So anyways, I'm gonna go back to searching.
I'm gonna pull the address,
Okay.
the zip, so we have that in a separate field and we can link to it because it's like in one text
Okay,
field.
cool.
So we have the
Yep.
zip code. That's gonna be simple, but I'm gonna do that.
Cool.
Let's jam on this together.
Sweet. So if anyone couldn't hear, Andreas is gonna pull zip codes out of these address fields, and so he'll be using a formula to do that right now. So it should be done in a sec. If anyone has questions, now's not the worst time.
You know what? While you look at that, I'm just gonna build that live.
Cool.
So it's easy to see how you can like build a formula from scratch, I would say.
Yep.
So the way you we need to separate. Wait.
So I'm just sharing my screen. I had the microphone on mute. This is super tactical, just to give people an idea how you can use that. So what we want is we want that zip code, which is at the end of this address, in a separate column, so we can use that further down the road. And the way I will approach this, usually I do that in the comfort of my living room, is to create a formula. And again, million ways to slice and dice this, but you usually start with get / and then you point it to the column where the data lives in. And then you just have to think about a way, how do I describe what I want? And in this case, in print, which is just another say of like output, print the full number, and I'm just going to try this out at the end of that string.
Vegetarian?
I'm not a vegetarian.
Any dietary preferences? If you're gluten-free, speak now.
No.
Okay, that worked out, and these things, I'm really happy this worked out immediately. Like sometimes I just want to give an example. If something weird comes out, you can just frame it in a different way. So if that wouldn't turn out as beautiful as it does here, you could, for example, say print the full number after the latest comma or something like that. So these things look really can look complicated. They are in fact not. Describe to somebody what exactly you want to do, put that in, and this beautiful AI formula editor is gonna actually write that code for you. Calvin?
I was just saying, please run it.
Yeah. There we go. Oh, that's also something that doesn't happen when I sit at home on my home office, that somebody says, "Hey, don't talk, run."
Yeah.
I also talk a little less when I sit alone at home, but just a little.
You're deranged.
Cool. Address number.
I just leave mine open, and we are close to the mic. This is the mic I'm using, so we both should be.
Okay, cool.
So zip code.
I can move the big. No,
No, we're cool.
No.
I think it comes through pretty well.
Plug in mic too, if you want.
No, I think it's cool.
Zip code, we're good.
All right, cool.
Do you want to share?
I think mine is. Unsure yours. I don't know. I think ours are both sharing.
Oh, okay. It's
Yeah.
not only one. Okay, got it.
Just get ahead of it, you know.
Yeah, great, wonderful.
Yeah. Let's see, description, anything else? Birds. No, this looks cool. So, start, see what happens. Kind of interesting because a lot of these are big companies on the front. So yeah. Hey Jordan, we're getting no contacts on LinkedIn from things like Home Depot, ABC Supply. Do you want me to use a different strategy or just like run that and get what we get out of it?
Well, there might be really big. You might just try like Googling to see if you can find regional people in Home Depot. I don't know. I mean, Home Depot as a distributor of Gaff is probably going to be a bad fit, honestly. So you might actually just exclude Home Depot and you might actually exclude Lowe's and see what we have.
Yeah.
So and it's free, right? If we don't get any results, is that right or no? Still get charged?
Refunded.
Oh, nice.
I'm just
Yeah.
gonna try a different approach. I never used this approach, but like this is why we do it live, so people can learn from how we learn. I'm just gonna try a different approach.
Yeah,
the way I
Clayton
understood
way?
Jordan. Yeah.
Cool.
This is what I'm gonna do. At enrichment, Clayton. And you know what? I'm actually gonna use neon. Why not?
Hey, chat, real quick. Is it annoying for us both to be sharing our screens? Like, let me know if we should unshare one of these or if it's fine to have them just both up and you guys are pinning it.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Well, how deep do I go here? Okay, I'm gonna do the full. Doug, can you see what is shared? Am I sharing the window or can you see my ChatGPT screen? Like on the.
I'm seeing nothing from you.
Okay, interesting.
No, I'm seeing something from you.
Okay.
Okay, one thing by the way that I'm seeing is the location thing. It says a location can be a city or a country. So I think the zip code's not going to work. I'm going to go rerun that. I'm going to extract the city name instead and see if that changes this because we got no results on anything for LinkedIn search.
My keyboard stopped working.
Oh, well.
Literally.
Try to like sleep and
So the live view into who's the more productive.
oh, dude, cook. No offense. No.
It's going to be difficult for people because I definitely cannot bridge the silence
Yeah.
and think.
Yeah.
That
This
is
is good. This is finding people now. The city search, which is great. So even the Home Depot thing's working. This is
Okay.
cool. So let's see, Matt Glazer, specialty sales manager. Sounds like the right type of title. And then specialty sales assistant store manager.
Okay, so we just run with that.
We can probably do that. Let me run this. I'm gonna run a bunch of these.
We also have Lead Magic API credits and also
Ooh.
Full Enrich.
I do love lead magic data.
Yeah, so we've got like 50,000 credits that are added to the account in
Okay.
both Lead Magic and Full Enrich. So, so maybe try the Full Enrich API too. I don't know if you can search by.
Actually, here, hold on. Hey, Jordan,
okay,
I started to run this LinkedIn search.
Mhm.
We have like 27,000 credits and we have like 4,000 rows and it's gonna like, is it okay to use all that?
Yeah,
Okay.
Clay's sponsoring it, and we've got Bo on the line, so if we
I
actually.
just wanna make sure we're not gonna like run out.
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I mean, I would do it a small scale first and see if like the results are looking good and then run. it,
Yeah.
like, yeah.
Yeah, I did the small scale. I just, as I ran the whole thing, I was like, oh wait, this is gonna,
Yeah, it's okay.
cool.
We got Ty. We have. Does anyone want a coffee, something, or? You want a coffee? What do you want?
Jordan, did you get the smart lead thing again? I think you dropped it somewhere, but it's not in the doc.
Add you the text thread. Why don't you text the thread with Ryan and
Okay.
Brandon? On your text thread and say, hey. I thought that we had it.
It is somewhere. I think you even mentioned like that you said SL for smart lead, but I can't pull it up again.
Okay, see if I can find it. All right, it's gonna get loud for a second.
All right. So I'm gonna create a little bit of landing place for these people. Check questions.
Oh, Smartly, here it is. Yeah, it's in this doc, Andreas.
Yeah, he just put it in.
Okay, you have the doc, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He just texted that he put it in.
Okay.
So I hope I need to be really careful that I'm not sharing all the logins.
Oh yeah.
So
now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write these to another. Oh god, I do not get.
Maybe we also should ask the Shovels team if this is like a line here. Like, are they on the Zoom? I think Ryan and Betty.
I'm gonna wait. said what, sorry?
I would just ask, just ask Brian already, like, hey, is this aligning here? Like, any thoughts if they have any thoughts to provide here, we can have them like pop off the mic and talk if you want them to.
Got it.
I don't know if Brian is around or if Betty's around, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm here, Betty from Shovels.
Awesome. How's it going?
Good, good. This is awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm fine.
How much milk do you want?
Just a little bit.
Hey, Jordan.
Yeah.
Why do you think I have like how come you have to add your API key for Clay inside of Clay to write your own stuff? Like why that changed somewhat recently, and every time I run into that, I'm like
Maybe because it's shared Clay tables, so you can add other if you're like on multiple.
well, yeah, so that is cool. It's cool that it has the ability to. It just to me it seems weird that I have to.
This is gonna have a lot of milk because it's like espresso, so. Cool. I can put in a smaller container.
Now I can go back to this. Share this again. So now we should be able to rate these. So go right to the table. Perfect.
And Andreas, if you get into a problem, what's the best way to get out of it?
Oh,
They can't hear me.
well, they can't hear you, but I want to say, Jordan just asked if you run into a problem, what do you to get out of it? So we are using actually shovels for two things. A, we use shovels to dig for gold, which is obviously the best use case for it. But then we also use shovels to dig us out of deep, deep rabbit holes that we dug ourselves into. And everybody has a shovel. So like, so here we have like one beautiful new shovel for Doug. There you go. There you go.
It's beautiful. Go home and tell your significant other that you want a shovel today.
So
Anyone want coffee?
No, I'm all right. Thank you.
Andreas?
We can hear everything you're saying.
What?
Just we can hear everything you're saying.
Okay, great. That's good. Good news.
Does anyone in the chat want coffee?
Yeah.
Well, it's a great question here about using lead magic versus ocean versus enrich versus clay.
Oh, okay.
This might be classic for us.
This is great.
Yeah, I can answer that question.
So Ocean.io is the best lookalike search. It's an amazing company search tool. I use Ocean.io all the time to basically build company lists. From there, Lead Magic is a great place to go find contacts and emails from there. And then Full Enrich is a way that will waterfall. So you could either use Lead Magic or Full Enrich. The benefit of Full Enrich is that they're waterfall those. I'll let Jordan talk about it more though.
Yeah, okay, so everyone else muted, right? Okay, so I use everyone else is muted, right? Okay, it's just always hard to tell. So I use I'll use Lead Magic a lot to find email addresses. I will big fan of Ocean for doing the lookalike stuff. The lookalike stuff is kind of really hard unless you have a very specific use case. This is why we're not using lookalikes in this case, because we want to know for sure that they are Gaff distributors. So we built a specific way to be able to query Gaff. But I will use them all the time to find people, to enrich people, to do lookalikes. They have a lot of really great filters. So like you can do filter by department. You can do filters by titles too. So you can in Ocean look up titles and then go back to companies, and it's really great. Full Enrich is a waterfall email provider. So Clay has a waterfall built in. But one of the things that I really like about Full Enrich is that, and I think they're maybe just starting some of this stuff, is that they can negotiate with the email providers on your behalf. And because they have the leverage there, they can basically pay the email providers more, drive the cost down, and become the arbiter of truth when it comes to email data. Lead Magic does a lot of this too. Lead Magic also has mobile phone numbers. Was there one more data question that someone asked about another tool? Or just those? Just those. Okay. All right, I'll pass the mic back over. I can just, if you want to meet again, I can just talk about what y'all are doing. So, so basically, we're trying to find the contracts of the other rows. Oh, interesting. Wow, so interesting. You're going to write this back to the other table instead of pull information from the.
I was writing this just to like a contact page, and then from the contact
Oh, yeah. That's a great idea. Yeah. So, so this is really important. What they're actually doing here is that we want to find as many contacts as possible. And then because that's a nested array, we want to actually write that to another table. So anytime you start working with nested arrays where there are like multiple contacts on an account, let me invite Daniel Harris into the chat. Anytime there are nested arrays, that's when you're going to want to write to another table. You got Vlad's got a rocket espresso machine. We have here in the Cannonball headquarters, we have a Breville espresso machine. Oh, and Clay waterfalls. I will use Clay waterfalls for emails and phones. I generally don't. Clay has a weird thing where when you call the waterfall on email, it by default goes and validates every email. So if you, let's say that in, the Clay, it's usually 2 Clay credits per email. And so you'll call an email provider, it will come back with an email. Clay then will ping the validator, which is a Clay credit. And if it is invalid, if the email it fails validation, it calls another API provider. And look, they're all buying data from each other. Like they're all doing the same kind of stuff. So what ends up happening is that you'll pay 30 Clay credits to have every damn email validated, and it's the same email that's passed back every time. So you take the cost on that. So, and you can turn it off. So generally what I will do is I'll just use 1 or 2 email providers. I'll use Lead Magic. I like Prospio. Good team there. And Full Enrichment in this case is going to do our waterfall for us. But this is, it's really hard to understand what's going on behind the covers, and that's why I just use a couple of these things and validate at the end of the day. Okay, is it cheaper and easier to use Clay itself, ClayGen waterfalls, rather than several tools? No. Clay is so. I guess that kind of depends. And Kel and Andreas, your thoughts here, but I think that almost always when you're spending Clay credits, you spend for convenience, not for cost. And so Zenrose is cheaper.
Part of it for me too is one, like if you have like a pro plan because you want CRM and stuff like that, you just end up having a lot of credits that you're not necessarily using. Like because if you always use Zenrose and GPT and all the API calls, then you end up with stuff. And so sometimes it's kind of like, I'm just going to use these because I have them, or if there's sort of like an interesting thing that I don't normally do, I'll just throw it like that.
And something that I would add to that is, so you can continue on building. Something I would add to that is that it's not only convenience in terms of cost, but also that you can try things out. So you don't have to have accounts for the number changes by the week. I think it's like probably about 80 integrations that Clay has natively, and you can just with most of those try out what gets you the right data. And I think that goes a little bit back to Jordan, you wanted to?
Can you write it the context table in this.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, okay.
You can add it. You can add it.
Yeah.
Back to this, something conversation I'm catching quite often is like, oh, how good is Clay's data? And this is closely related to the credits, especially when we talk about enrichment and waterfalls, because Clay is not like an OG data provider, right? You can literally use it to find the best data, either for a campaign or for a market, maybe for a geography. And this is, I think, the flexibility that is afforded by that is just amazing. If you go with one data provider, some of them, not naming names, have really expensive plans, and you are stuck with one data provider, which may or may not have great contact data for the market, for the TAM you're going after. And if it has, wonderful, beautiful, keep it, leave it. But if you want to experiment and if you want to see what's good, what's better, what works best, then there is just nothing that compares, because you are able to fine tune that. You can use the standard waterfall, which means you have like a person you want to enrich in the sense of contact details, and you just say, hey, use the find email waterfall, and then you can select which data provider you want to use first. And if it finds an email, then you can use that. If you find a phone number, you can use that. And if it turns out that and if that turns out that it isn't in fact great data, it's not coming from Clay. Clay has taken that from a data provider. And if it isn't great, switch the waterfall and use a, that's correct. I think OG data providers, ZoomInfo. And if you feel, okay, this data is not great, you can switch it up. It's the flexibility, I would say, even over the cost and convenience, to Jordan's point about credits and data providers. Yeah. Hope this was helpful.
Doug, maybe it would be good for, while they're working on this, to give kind of an overview about where we're at here, what we're doing, for any of the folks that just joined. Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, sure thing. So there are 4 sweaty, desperate white gentlemen in a room in San Francisco. Is that the context you wanted?
Yeah.
So folks, we are actually pretty close. So we have moved from sort of concept stage when it comes to a candidate segment all the way through to the point that we're very close to being able to load up a set of contacts into a LinkedIn campaign. Currently, we've got our 2 automation / prompt engineers on my left, pulling everything together for a final sprint. We did have a little conversation earlier about GDPR for those of you that maybe that tuned in and tuned out. The quick recap on the GDPR side is don't listen to Doug. He has no idea what he's talking about. But if you're going to be approaching a market with email, GDPR, worry. If you're doing digital, not so much. And then we're close, Jordan. How far away do you think we are to being able to actually load this up into LinkedIn?
Probably in the next 30 minutes. Once these guys are done finding contacts, we're going to write messages.
Okay.
Smart Lead is now also in the workspace with the API key.
Quick question, is there a title column of the contacts or just
And
not?
I'm actually gonna take that weakness into a strength. There is a German saying that's much more beautiful, but I think it comes across, which is I work a lot with like
Do you hear Ben's question?
huh?
Ben asked about
You had a
titles.
question.
She asked about
Oh,
about titles.
that I didn't see. No.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I was just curious if I missed it. Maybe it's not on the screen, but can I see the titles of these folks where you're building this right now, or are we doing that later?
Boom, boom, boom. Okay, yeah. So right now, so where the titles exist, just to show you this, and sorry, it's a little bit messy. Jordan, we'll fix it later. But so inside of so on this one is the distributors right down here. And so when we're doing the search, we have the people's information is inside of here. And so right now, I basically I might have actually done this a little sloppily and not how we ultimately need to do it, but we can basically retrieve this data later using this lookup multiple rows thing that I've been using. retrieve some of that. And so I just haven't, and so that's one part of it. Also, depending on how we get the data and like the emails and validate it and stuff, we might be getting that stuff anyways. So I'm kind of right now, all I'm really trying to do is like create the architecture of flowing this into a contact table and being able to retrieve this stuff. Does that answer that okay?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yep, I see that now. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I didn't hear the audio. Thanks for
Yeah,
hearing that out.
Yeah, and I think we talked about that a little bit earlier, but just to recap, like we were, when we did this search, we're looking at these to make sure these are like the right types of titles. So it's like Home Depot, we're seeing, you know, sales managers, specialty sales. We can pick some other random ones, you know, down here. Hopefully it's not Home Depot again. Yeah, it's Lowe's. But basically went through in the search on this is we're only looking for these titles anyway, so we kind of control. So it's like, yeah, basically we're looking for these titles at these companies. We may or may not further qualitatively validate that later.
And Betty, is there anything that we're missing here? This is now the time where we should, can you go back to that, Kellen? Where are you missing any titles? I think this is what we chatted about last time, but there might be some additional titles we're missing. So feel free to speak up.
Sure. Can you pull that up again?
I put the titles in the chat. That should be the easiest way here.
We'll pull.
Oh, I see it now. Okay. Okay, great. So I just have a question on, for example, I mean, this might be getting in the weeds, but the store manager, that person showed up because it was a sales manager, store or something. We probably don't care too much about a store manager for context.
Yeah.
Okay, so we should add job titles excluded, maybe. So maybe we should take that time to go through some of these and build better contact rules here to make sure we're not grabbing.
What I do is
You'll do it afterwards. Yeah,
And
go
then
ahead.
another question on my end. So it says sales director. Will that also capture someone who put director of sales as their LinkedIn title?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah, the way I would answer that from experience is there's like algorithms at play here where the predictability on that can be a little questionable. And so that's why I kind of usually will be qualifying these later, like as a conditional before enrolling into Smart Lead or something like that. But it should. Usually it's like keyword search. And so it should be finding anything that has sales and director in it, should be pulling it.
Okay, perfect. And then one I would just add to that list is like category sales.
Cool. Category sales. Nice. Let's throw that in here.
I'm counting on your mic here, Kellen. We've got a Steve.
Yeah, talk, Steve. Oh, did Steve like raise his hand versus like chat?
Another I might add is head of sales.
Great head of sales.
Yep.
And then maybe a sales executive. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Cool, thanks.
Thank you.
And sorry, Kellen, this is probably another repetitive question, but VP, if somebody wrote vice president, that's the same answer as what you gave earlier about director of versus sales director, right?
I wrote that one out. I think I don't think it would know VP as vice. You know, I think it's using like keyword search type stuff.
Okay, cool. Great.
Betty works for Shovel, so it's not just a random person inventing titles for us. And we'll also go and qualify this down a little bit later. So once we actually see all the variants in the market, we can basically sort this by title name, and then we can basically use a really cheap model to be like, hey, we can use a model that says like, hey, this is who I care about. I'm trying to find the regional sales director of this person. Just give me a yes or no if this is good. So, so we'll do that. And I think that in order to sort of try to ship something, we got to ship stuff by 3. We probably won't expand titles at this stage. We'll do what we can with what we have, and hopefully we have enough context here by the time this is done running that we can then go get to the message. So, guys, I'm hoping that in the next 20 minutes, we can have 10 minutes, 20 minutes, we can have all of the contact information found and enriched with emails. And then the only 2 other, then the next 30 minutes, what I want to do is get all the messaging done for the emails and LinkedIn. And then the 30 minutes after that, like deploy. So
what will you want to have like for that people to write messages and stuff? Like what sorts of variables you want in that table? A lot of times I keep them like super clean for what I'm going to push.
because we have to choose the information that you want to write to the table from the nested array, huh? Yeah, can you pull up the field and let's like look through our options here, just like an example row, and then we can see what we need to write. Okay, so the org, their LinkedIn, their name, of course, their title, their summary, headline. If you go to the experience thing, I mean, what you could also do is just literally pipe. I guess you can't do that because it's a nested array. So yeah, if they have like, sometimes they talk about stuff in their LinkedIn profile, it's like they have like some information in the experience thing. I think that's kind of all you need, those like 4 or 5 minutes. I just want to make sure that we're not contacting the wrong person. And that when we go send a message to them, that it's like relatively interesting to them, that they would be. And we can always send a Claygen out to ask another question if we absolutely need to.
Steve, just a tiny detail. I just lowered your hand. I'm not 100% sure if you put it up again because now there was a question, so I put it down.
It's false alarm.
Got it.
Should we talk about the role that Clay may or may not play when it comes to creating messaging? Like, what's sort of the next step in what's your favorite go-to in terms of creating the right messaging?
Most of what I'm doing here is taking all of the context and asking the model to insert specific things into a structured message. So that is to say that this is my creative constraint with context concept, which is I want it to be really creative about what to say. I want to give it all the context, but I want to constrain it. I want to say only like, I want you to write 20 words on this thing. I want you to ask a question, and then I want you to provide a value prop for shovels that is blah, blah, blah. So I really try to constrain what it's doing. I want to give it all the context, but then I want to allow it some creativity. And I have a current hypothesis that this also helps with email deliverability, that people like to use spin text like, hey, hi, hello, hey. It's like, okay. But if you let the model be a little bit more fluid about what it writes, within those parameters, it can do a pretty good job. And I use Sonnet. So Clay is just the mechanism to give all that stuff to the model to come up with an output. And more, especially with Sonnet, I'll trust it to write the entire message because I give it enough context, which really probably about 3 months ago scared me.
And tell us a little bit more about what Sonnet does when it comes to the messaging. You talked about giving it a lot of structure. Are you able to ask Sonnet to say change its voice Like, how sophisticated can we get? So a good example would be write in the style of the New York Times, or write in the style of the Atlantic, or write in the style of Mad Magazine, right? Can it sort of help you be a little bit more nuanced? You're mentioning sort of some of the structure, but how does it look in terms of getting to that better voice? And my thought here, Jordan, is every company, and I know this sounds a little crazy, especially for startup founders here, but at some point you've got to establish what that brand voice is, and how much help are you getting from AI tools to create that voice?
I'm going to kind of. I personally like to add a lot of flavor to what I write. Like I wrote something the other day for someone to add to a PS line, which is, if you send me the worst, most animus response to this email, I'll give $100 away to the person that writes me the most hatred response to this email. The last guy told me that he wants to invent a time machine to go back in time to kill all of my family members, so that I wouldn't be born to like send this cold email or something, right? Like most brands wouldn't do that. It's like a deranged thing for a brand to do. But I like to add levity into things. Generally, when I'm doing this stuff for clients, I'm like way more conservative. I won't generally put a lot of my personality into these messages. And how these messages will usually come across is that I'm just trying to deliver value in the most believable way possible. So I'm not trying to represent shovels. I'm not trying to say, here's the kind of brand voice. Like I'm trying to actually, the goal of this message is I have done the homework using my own product for you, and I have found the nuggets for you, Doug. And in that world, I don't. I'm asking Sonnet to just kind of, in a casual tone, using words like you and to describe the value that I have found in my data for you, and just basically ask you like, is this useful to you or not? So I don't do as much voice stuff, but I'm curious to get your thoughts on it. Like, how do you think about it?
Yeah, I would say the thing I find is, and this is sort of this idea of the macro message. So what's your messaging stack? What's your value prop all the way through to positioning, all those things. This is not that, right? This is how do I create a short, punchy message? How do we think in terms of the email structure? So as an example, we all understand subject line, but can a large language model understand the idea of an eyebrow? Well, of course it can, right? But the eyebrow is the first line we see in an email. And the size of the eyebrow depends on what your format is, my desktop or iMobile, right? The other sort of subtlety here, and this goes back to if you began the conversation with us many hours ago, it's how do you juxtapose two things well, two sets of two things. The first thing is how do you juxtapose qualitative and quantitative, right? And we're spending a lot of time in that sort of quantitative, iterating to the point that I have a data set. But the thing that we don't capture, and I want to emphasize, is there's this amount of qualitative information you need, right? And the irony here, Jordan, is the way I typically recommend getting to that qualitative is to interview lots and lots of folks that are in that, if you will, that are sort of in that sweet spot for you. Folks, Jordan's off to get food because we got super cranky. So really the question is, how do I get to the point where I can ingest qualitative data to make my messaging stronger? And again, we're not talking about meta. We're not talking about your full structure. What we're talking about is that quick, short message. And the irony is that what I tend to do here is I will interview 10, 20, 30 people. I use the same exact survey instrument every single time. And then what do? I take that data set, all the notes, the entire script, if you will, plus the entirety of everything I've talked to, in other words, the transcripts driven by AI, and I will load that in at the final moment and be like, okay, not unlike what Jordan's doing with sort of data layered prompts, it's the same thing, which is to say, hey, here's a view of the challenges and problems that when I interviewed people, they said they had. And the reason I'm sort of hitting on this in this context is, to me, that's the layer that ends up creating the best response rates, open rates, all the things we're looking for. Because at the end of the day, if this is not effective, in other words, the messaging we have, whether that's in the campaign structure, within LinkedIn or within email, you're going to spend a lot of cycles. And so that's the other recommendation, Jordan, I would make here, as you're eating the food before we do, because you're such a horrible host. Thank you so much. Is you just think about that qualitative piece early on in the process. Now, what I would not recommend is doing that. I would recommend doing that sort of after you've done the sourcing to the point you're like, I suspect this is the right segment. Maybe even 3 or 4 conversations will add a lot of value in terms of producing messaging.
Doug, how do you see that stuff showing up specifically in some of these emails and LinkedIn's? And I had to make sure that the food wasn't poison. So I believe that that is the lowest in the rung of jobs in a court. And they have the person taste it before the king. In this case, kings eat it. So just doing you all a favor. So can you talk to me about like let's make some assumptions here that Shovels was just going after roofing distributors and they like made that their positioning and focus. And clearly the thing that we're missing here is like so important, but we're just sort of glossing it over. Is like, will they care about this? I don't know. Like, and is this like super, super, super important to them? I don't know. And what does their day to day look like? I don't know. I don't know any of these questions. And if I was sitting, you know, if the company had made a choice to say, this is what we're doing all day long, they would have brought me some psychographics. They would have brought me information about what these folks care about. They would say, well, how are they doing this today? I've got no opinion on that. I am making a gigantic leap that knowing it seems to be a pretty reasonable leap, but knowing which customers of yours are doing what types of things in the sub markets you care about, the West region, the Philadelphia or whatever. But I'm not actually infusing any sort of a tone into this at all, and I'm really curious, kind of how you would think about how we could improve this exercise if we did that.
So here's the thing. We for this exercise, we have to oversimplify the world. Yeah. And we have to do that by saying delivery equals an email campaign, a LinkedIn campaign. Yeah. So let me just switch up the context a little bit here, which is to say, I'm looking at this Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon exercise of one that says, I'm going to be able to test an audience. And I'm going to be able to get to that in a way that provides enough precision that I'm not wasting spend. Meaning, I want to be able to identify and very quickly test whether or not it's a valid segment to go after. Okay. And I I'm not a big fan of email. Deliverability is way down. It just tends to be a bad channel. Generally speaking, it's got another role in the funnel. Yeah. The way I would look at it is, can I set up multivariant testing on a LinkedIn campaign to come back and say, yes, I believe this is a valid, segment. The next steps that are really critical, because once you've established that, then you've got to go through the practices of being a good performance marketer. And so we're talking about sort of a single channel approach here, which is LinkedIn, but your audience is not going to care because they don't know you. They don't know your brand. You're not going to be able to write a message strong enough to punch through all that noise, right? Because everybody's marketing to everybody. And so the way that I tend to look at this is to say, once I've identified that my unit economics will work here, I'm going to start leaning into the classic, I try to create brand awareness, right? 80-20. I'm going to spend 20% of my budget on just establishing the brand and the value prop before I drop a single dollar into a campaign that's meant to actually generate pipeline. And so as I'm looking at this, going all the way back to the original question, the idea of, better messaging, everything I'm recommending is sort of that qualitative approach that quite often is like step number 3 or 4. Once you've sort of that's step number 2 after identifying the audience, and that's your brand messaging, and that's warming up the audience. I know I'm having you glaze over, but that's the performance marketer in me, is going, okay, great. Well, once I've identified these things, how am I sort of iteratively creating a situation where the unit economics work? Because most startups don't have enough footprint that's going to allow them to get to those markets quickly. And so if they create that footprint and they spend too aggressively, you're actually doing more damage than good.
Well, this is kind of an interesting point because I have maybe a different take on this, which is that this is inversion thinking with the value the product can provide, which is to say, instead of marketing to a segment, which, you could say this is roofing distributors, this is actually bringing the value. It's whatever the step would be before product-led growth. It would be like market-led growth, where it's like I'm actually, or before you ever get in my funnel, I can deliver you value from my product. And this is something that hasn't been easy to do until today. So like, for example, let's talk about Gorgeous. One of the plays that Gorgeous automates, they're a customer support for e-commerce tool. They looked at all of the HubSpot agencies and they said, okay, these are HubSpot agencies that specifically that implemented HubSpot, the HubSpot support tool. I forget what it's called. They said, Doug, I know you're doing HubSpot and you're doing HubSpot's support channel. We have a Gorgeous customer for you that is ready to implement right now that will pay you $20,000 to implement, and we will train you for free. Are you interested in having us train you on how to implement Gorgeous? It's very similar to implementing HubSpot. So that person hasn't had any other impact with the brand. They haven't seen brand, they have no billboards, none of that other stuff, right? The question is, does it matter? Now, of course, we all know that people have to have 1,000 impressions before they will, make a choice here. They want to see you a couple times. Like I'm not discounting that, but I'm wondering if we could essentially get back to the times when email wasn't saturated, when you could get in someone's inbox where a bad message would get some sort of reply. So if we can deliver a message that is independently useful to you, independent of any brand impact, that says, I have something ultra, 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 ultra useful for you, how important from a testing perspective is all of that other stuff just to test a segment? And so I'm curious to get, how do you think about that?
You and I will never agree on this. I think this is always sort of the data scientist versus maybe the brand marketer part of our brains. I do believe fully that outbound is by and large dead. It is very, very hard to punch through the noise. You're in an economic situation where capital constraints are creating a situation where tech stacks are shrinking. Now, of course, Jordan, if your price point, so let's go back to shovels here. That price point is low enough potentially where my argument falls apart, right? Meaning I can take an action that will help me for a subscription price that is low enough that I don't really need all that sort of superstructure of being aware of the brand, especially if it's easy to be able to use and deploy quickly, right? But sort of the assumption we have here is that people will respond and you can generate interest enough so that unit economics work, making the message as good as possible, or the value prop as good as possible. And I just, and especially over the last several years, I've seen that not work. So I'm not sure where we take that, Jordan, just aside from the idea that single-threaded, as I recommend to clients, single-threaded demand gen models will always fail. But they're a great place to start when you're thinking about, say, activating a channel and optimizing that channel. In other words, don't start with 4 or 5 channels, but don't create a dependency in a single channel. The great thing about outbound is it's ultimately very elastic and tends to be inexpensive. But at the end of the day, if you have a single channel dependency, you're not going to get there, which is the whole idea behind performance marketing and multi-channel marketing. So I'm sort of being pedantic and throwing a bunch of stuff on top of this to answer your original question. I think that at the end of the day, your nuance is gone. How do I create a subject line, and how do I create an eyebrow, and how do I create a very easily scalable email that's going to get the response as quickly as possible?
I don't think we have to be at odds here, which is to say that there's no look. A lot of companies get very far on singular channels, on cold calling or whatever, and email certainly. Email may always be a cat and mouse game between Google and Microsoft and the thousands of Kellens in the world, which are like, okay, well, Google's going to be like, I'm going to use generative AI. Like, for example, we saw this where Google's like, this domain is new. Do you really want to respond? This was registered in the last 6 months, which is what we all do. We register a bunch of domains. We spin up 2 inboxes per domain. We send now 20 emails per inbox, or 10 emails. It used to be 50, right? And so it's an adaptive system. And Google's now like, oh, hey, this domain's new. Well, I mean, I think that what you're going to start seeing is that what the smart leads of the world will probably do is they'll allow you to buy old domains for people, and maybe they'll be more expensive, but to get around that. And this will always be a cat and mouse game. And at the end of the day, Google, if you have to think about this from the perspective of the recipient, and the recipient, if your hospital, if you don't have the hospital's phone number in your contact list and they call you, you want to receive that call. And Apple, Google, etc., they want to make it easy for you to receive that call. And so I think the same thing with email, which is like the reason that you get hit as spam is that you're sending the same message to everyone. And my approach here is to provide dynamic messages that have useful value at scale. And to think about this as an email or a channel is to miss the point, which is to say that this process, I could score all of the Gaff distributors, and I have all their information, and I can use that for programmatic ad audiences. I can upload personal emails and market to those people. I can send them direct mail. I can cold call them, right? We've got lead magic credits. We can cold call. So this is not a channel approach necessarily. We're doing that because, you know, this is fun. And that those are the easiest channels to deploy. It's hard to, I don't know anything about ads, so it's like I can't deploy an ad campaign. But this is your targeted list by who can benefit the most from shovels. And you can't, as a brand marketer, build that list today. You can build titles. You can build, do they work at Gaff? But I actually can tell you who from all of Shovel's data can benefit the most from Shovels. And it turns everything about what you do from a marketing perspective on its head.
Yeah. Look, it's I don't think we'll ever resolve the role of outbound. And Jordan, you've always sort of challenged this idea that outbound is dead. So it's appreciated because I think that we tend to swing too far the other way. But I would agree completely that what we're doing here right now, or what I should say is our data engineering experts are doing here, is providing a high utility audience. How you choose to go about getting to that audience really is up to you and your ability to understand your market and what's going to work. But the question I think the thing we're circling around is, how do we set up people to understand the messaging we're going to deliver right now, or hopefully fairly shortly? And this is where I tend to agree with you, which is I'm not testing messaging that's going to go across my entire messaging funnel. What I'm trying to test is, can I get a reaction from the audience where that is core to the value prop of the brand? And as long as we're in that same place, I think you and I will agree.
This is exactly right. And so it's like, look, at the end of the day, when someone logs into Shovels and searches a permit with their context, they have to be able to find what they're looking for really quickly. I'm just removing that step. I'm just trying to actually invert when you get the value from the product, not behind the login wall, in front of the login wall. And you can deploy that in just so many different ways. And this is a way about thinking about your market in a different way, because now data products I have a particular penchant for. I like them. This is harder to do if you're selling, you know, I don't know, SEO, well, maybe not SEO software, but more challenging to do in that framework. Hold on, let me.
So related to the table, as the permits by zip table is running, and so we have a bunch of these Clagent.
Those are not, that's it. The Clagent is done.
Okay. Okay. So what research do you want attached? Because basically we're getting people. We have the info about the Gaff distributors, and then we're doing the zip lookup. And I was trying to pull in like all of this research stuff that we had attached to those, but on a lot of the records, it doesn't exist yet. It was just, and so
so that go back to the
permits.
Yeah. And I think the Claude is fully running now, which is I think it's not the contractor statistics. I think it's the other one. That top contractor analysis. Can you just like scroll on the bottom?
Well, here, look. So because I think I'm pulling that one in. This. Yeah. See, that's this one. I can rerun it. You know, so it's like every time I rerun it, it'll get more. But the point is, as that thing is still running.
Well, I thought it's done.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I see.
I think it's done. That there's only 2,000 or so where we have data here. So what you can probably do is just filter to see, is it one of the zips? It's not that they just go, oh, run, stop. Okay, so great. So I would just finish that run.
Okay.
Yeah, there you
go. So is this
and
stuff?
Also, like, if you, for the sake of time, you can also use the, so go back to the Gaff distributors. I already ran this, go back to, sorry, the permits by zip. And click on the contractor statistics.
Yeah.
So you could, I basically already ran this to provide some information on the contractor, but I don't think I just did it on one. Okay. Yeah, so you're gonna have to wait for the whole.
Yeah. My point is, I think what we should do is just take the ones that are good and live right now to like build a campaign out of, but the timing of like actually shipping the full thing will be a little bit later. Yeah. Other quick question I had, and if the Shovels team is here, it'd be cool to talk through a little bit live. Some of these titles, right? Because like we have some of these ones that are like store manager, like assistant store manager, specialty sales. You know, do we want that out or in? Same with some of so stuff like that. What's your thoughts on that, Jordan?
Yeah, maybe actually we should break that in mind and be like, hey, let's like look at these. Yeah, so I think actually what we should do is go paste that into ChatGPT. How many titles we have? 4. Paste in ChatGPT and say, give me a count by number of titles, and then hopefully we can get Betty to hop on and say yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, and then just build a haiku integration or actually I would use OpenAI because we have their API key. Use GPT-4o Mini and just say, is this a good title? Yes or no. Have that the export of the model. Okay. Does that make sense? Is that something you could do? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we have a couple questions backing up on us here. Vlad is asking about, so this is a good discussion. Vlad is asking about this idea that outbound is dead. I think it's a good conversation to have. And then I think this is Kobe, rather, Bergman is asking about how you get to this sort of offered value of that core message we were talking about before. There's art and science there. Do we want to start and just talk a little bit about this idea of outbound being dead? Can I start us off there? Okay. So, it's typical I'm being a bit antagonistic when it comes to this because I would say that the better way to put it is cold outbound, I think, is dead. And again, Jordan, I don't typically agree on this. A lot of his business model is built on the very opposite idea here, if you will. What I would put in front of folks is this. How often are you checking your email, number one? And number two, how often are you responding to emails that are unprompted? It's fairly rare. The second thing is that we're living in bubbles more and more than we ever have. And so, I'm in a Slack world. Jordan, you're not quite in the Slack world, but if you work for an organization you're on Slack all the time. 90% of my ability to function and communicate with others is existing in Slack or whatever your Teams, whatever it is. And so for me, I'll quite often find these situations, you folks tell me if this is familiar, somebody would be like, you haven't responded to me. And I'll be like, oh, I didn't see your Slack. Right. In other words, there's still people trying to use email to sort of generate or create this conversation. So the way I would look at this is to say this. Outbound is not dead. Cold outbound is dead. Where outbound can be effective is if you've created an impression, if you've created an identity with somebody. In other words, let's say I've got an enterprise website. I'm seeing somebody engaging with my brand. And either I've done that for free, they found me online, right? Or I've generated that touch point, that engagement, because I've paid to generate that touch point. To me, that's not cold outbound. That's outbound, though, right? I can go and figure out who this person is, and I can go contact them. But that's definitely like you're starting to get to the middle of the top of the funnel, and that's where we tend to differ.
Well, I will say this, which is that B2B SaaS companies selling to other B2B SaaS companies generally don't have anything good to say on cold outbound because they haven't segmented their audience, because they're selling to software companies, and software companies are so different. And so what you're going to say to Salesforce should be totally different than what you're going to say to HubSpot, both in the CRM category. But if you're selling to roofing distributors, the roofing distributor in Minneapolis is doing the exact same thing that the roofing distributor in Tuscaloosa is doing. And so when you start to talk about these ultra tight segments, the messaging, as long as it's as long as they're the kind of a segment where one company and one person is very, very, very likely doing the same thing as another, suddenly your messaging can improve. And I think maybe you're getting too caught up on email. This is this exercise is independently useful of channel, because what we have done in this time is we have determined all of the zip codes for shovels using their own API that they should focus on. So this result, they should put up billboards in Tuscaloosa, because it turns out that they have the most number of roofing permits in Tuscaloosa. And by the way, not only that, the most number of Gaff distributors are in Tuscaloosa. So combining that, now they know where they should spend their time. And so we shouldn't get caught up in email. This is just a way to identify at scale who needs us most based on where we can provide the most value. And that's what matters most. And I'm not on email either, by the way. I don't respond to email. I'm on Slack. I'm on LinkedIn. And so I hear you on that. And we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater just because the channels that we happen to be able to ship to in the next 20 minutes is email.
So it's just, and this is more, yeah, I agree with Jordan. I think it's more just explaining my comment to Vlad, because it was a bit of a glib comment about outbound being dead. I think there's a really good question here too from Kobe. How do you advise companies create that offer of value to go with their dynamic outreach? This is really, really important, whether this is email, whether this is, a LinkedIn campaign. How are you getting folks to that sort of core, really good message you think is going to work?
It's exactly what we did with the shovels team, is that they said, we target prop tech. And for me to be able to provide a great value to prop tech, this would have been the most failed. I mean, we would have got hit by the cannonball, as I said earlier, right? Like, we wouldn't have been shooting it. We would have been hit by it, because you just, it's so muddy. It's so muddy. So, but the place that we started defines the place that we end. And this is what I said to the common room guys the other day, because they're like, we built this AI SDR agent now, and it's like, hey, Doug, saw you posted on LinkedIn, saw you like Jordan's comment. My company does blah 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 blah, because they're trying to find the message in the signal, and that doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense, because they have to sell a product, Doug. And you know who they sell a product to? They sell a product to everyone, Doug. And they want one tool to rule them all, to write sales messaging. But it is a fool's errand. And so and Ryan had this insight, and I wish I could say that I did, but Ryan's like, is this too hard? I'm like, yes, it's way too hard. What do you got? And he's like, well, what if we just focused on roofing distributors? I said, okay, great. And then I said, can we just do one? Can we just do Gaff? They're the biggest. Okay, yeah. So I've niched it down. But because I have niched it down, the quality of what I can say is great. And notice we didn't start with Apollo. We didn't start with Ocean, because those lists don't have enough of a definition, because they did the same exact thing that we would have done, which is like, try to sort the world. Hard thing. It's better to find a pocket of the world that you know that you're tremendously valuable to. And so I say, in order to get here, you got to tell the founder, we are not targeting the world. Like, look, I said this to someone on the board of a company that was hiring me. He said, Jordan, isn't this TAM too small? I said, there are two paths. If I do some work for you here, we go after a big TAM and fail, and you fire me. And then you don't know, was it the TAM or was it Jordan? The other path is for us to pick a super niche that I think we can do the absolute best in. And if we fail at that, then you know the TAM's bad. And so, but this idea that you can create a great message from whatever, I don't think, it's just too hard. It's too hard. You can't get there. I'm not on mic, but power through for the next 45. We'll have some.
Sorry, folks, quick internal conversation about who's going to eat lunch and when. Sorry about that.
What do you all want to do? You want to power through for the next 45?
Yeah, let's keep going.
Okay.
Power through.
Bathroom break for a second, and then the table's ready. So we've got all the contacts. Do we want to do the title exercise in GBT with Betty?
I was thinking what would make sense is like do copy so
Yeah,
people see the whole thing, and then we can work with the shovels team to like refine some
Yeah,
little
I
loose
agree.
ends.
Okay, okay.
Sorry. Okay, so I'm gonna take like a 2-minute break. Can you make sure you pull in the Claude response? You can pull in both Claude responses, the previous one and the new one. That's fine. I'll put both in the model if it has it or if it doesn't. And then maybe get LinkedIn, get the HeyReach thing going, and get the Smart Lead. Rohan created an account on a campaign on Smart Lead. So you work on that like offline, and then when I come back, I'll work on the email copy and the. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, the goal here is not necessarily. I mean, I want to get something to a shipping state, but I don't have enough brand permission here for shovels to just push go and everything. But you'll see the finalized messages, and we'll do that in the next 15 minutes. There's only one thing that I think.
Cool. And if anyone obviously has questions or other clay related things, I think we have like a semi intermission that we can, Andreas and I can just answer some random stuff if useful.
Yeah, maybe when just some basic things when, or maybe we activate video. No, we don't need anything of that. So I think what's a super helpful thing in general when you work in clay is in order to especially preserve credits, because that's always a big question that comes up. And there's a few little tricks for that. So the first is, and maybe I just share and show this. Give me one sec. I think that should be it. So something that there's a few approaches to do that. So the first is to, oh, this is a different workspace. Why don't I have where do we have the auto run here? This is a different version of clay that, oh, here it is. I was not in the table. Oh, well, changed. Where do we have the auto run?
For
this table, usually it should have been.
You're saying that?
Oh, it's already disabled. Okay, so I have a different version of the clay workspace. This is why I didn't catch that. So wherever it is in a different software version, it will be up here in the table. But like deactivating auto update it means that whenever you change something in the clay table, that it does not as it says, auto run all the columns. This is a really nice fail-safe, I would call it.
Yeah.
Because they actually do it great when you, sorry for the lot of scrolling, but when you add an enrichment, let's just add a clay agent here, do blah, 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 blah. I'm not really going to do anything. I'm just going to show one thing. Here you can say save and run 10 rows, save and run 2000 rows, save and don't run. That's easy to click the wrong thing here. That can just super quickly happen. And when you have the auto run enabled, that is where you really have to specifically go on that, so that, I'm sorry, I have to take one step back. That will actually run the column, but what it does not do, it will not kick off other columns that then would also run. And that really can save in a table like this thousands of credits. That is one thing. Hope that was clear. So when you specifically run a column, the column will run. But when auto run is disabled, if data changes and other columns would then start running and consume credits, that will not happen. The other thing that's helpful is what Jordan actually did. I just want to point it out specifically. Edit column that works for all columns that like do run data, like Clayagent, for example, or LLM columns. In the very bottom, there's here auto update toggle. That means whatever the global setting for that table is, with that setting, it's just not gonna run. You have to run this table specifically. And do you like on the saving credits thing, besides like using your own OpenAI and Anthropic API keys, Would you have anything else? Any good best practices on that? Those are the most important ones for me. I have one more, but
Yeah. I think the one that I'm a big fan of is trying to be a stickler about conditional runs. So I think like always using a conditional when you intend for there to be a conditional, even if you don't think you need to, is just like a great habit to get into so you don't forget it all the time. So a lot of times, even like something that won't run if it's not actually there, I'll usually write the conditional. And so I think just stuff like that, like to me, the enemy of overusage is just like not realizing that you have things that are like going to start cascading.
Yeah.
And so
that's a really good one. The conditional runs are something I also like. Just to give people an idea about that, conditional run is basically only run if. And I think they even changed the wording to, before this was called conditional run. And now it's actually changed to only run if, which is where, and I can't stress enough, the beauty is you don't have to write the code, but you can really say only run if, and then you say, for example, zip code is, I don't know, above 50,000 or something. So that would mean it would only run for half the zip codes. It would only run for, okay, so this only half makes sense. But it's that easy to really have like a massive table, as it says, only run if certain conditions are met. And with that, you can really qualify, disqualify. If you, for example, in the beginning have a column that would, when you start with a list, and that would find some data point that would disqualify that account from, like, it wouldn't make sense to send the best email to them. And you can then say, do not run any further action on this row, on this account, basically, because we don't want to reach out to them anyways.
Yes.
That's a fantastic call out. And one more, actually, we are not doing it here. And because I'm so careful about when I hit run, I don't always do it, but I think it's really good practice. Really here to set the row limit, especially when you, great, cover machine is going to run, especially when you start experimenting and you already have a lot of leads in the table. Definitely limit that to 5. I'm not going to do it here, but definitely limit that to 5 or maybe even 3, because you always want to have some rows where you want to see, especially how an LLM column responds. Does it make sense? Is it like gibberish, whatever the word is, like exactly that, something that doesn't make sense. And that can save a ton of credits too. And saving credits is always one of the first questions I get when I talk to people who get into Clay. So that was a good trigger to maybe talk about that. Yeah.
Let me recap real quick where I think the campaign is for everyone. If anyone has questions, cool. But basically, so, high level context, actually not. Okay, there, boom. And if you want to unshare yours real quick.
Oh yeah.
But so we took we have zip codes, right? So we have permit data in zip codes, right? Enriched via shovels. We have accounts in those zip codes with some enrichments attached to that. And then we've pulled some people as well, right? And so we're taking bits of all 3 of those, mashing them together. That will be the context that rolls forward into these campaigns. So, the permit data is in here, basically starting with a zip code, right? These distributors start with an address, right? And then we have target contacts are people. And what we're doing is we're looking up on the distribution page via the address. So when we wrote this to this table, we pulled in the address. So we go, hey, now go back and look at that table. If it has the same address, we'll get this one record found, and all of them should be 1 because each address should exist. And so that lets us pull in all the data from that table, whatever we have ran. In this case, we're, I forget what we're pulling the zip code. And then once we have that zip code, we're then using the zip lookup, same exact thing. And we're going, hey, go look at, so refresh, it'll tell you, but this is the permits by zip. And then we go look at the zip column. If it equals the zip, then we get all of this good stuff, right? All of the zip code base. This is where Jordan has his research. So those are coming in. We have some top contractor research. We have some statistic research. We have analysis. Some of these have run, some of them haven't. So like, that's why.
We killed it.
Okay. Even the Anthropic one isn't done, but we have enough done that we can write the copy. You'll see exactly the type, what would be going into these campaigns.
Okay. Let's take over.
All right, so we're getting the final moments here. So I'm going to I'm going to work with an AI agent to write the message for LinkedIn and email next with all the context. So hold my beer. Steve's iPhone. Okay, so this is the last piece of this. Okay, so we've got the Gaff distributors. Which table, Kellen, am I working in? Is it target context? Okay, great. I had to refresh. Sometimes Clay doesn't. Okay, so we've got the. Let me just make sure we've got all the context. So we've got all the. We've got the best contractor. Kellen, did you pull over the just the summaries, not the? Do we pull in the contractor details too? The best contractor, second, third. Okay.
Is that on that table?
Yeah, it's on the Gaff distributors. I think we might actually have everything that we need. Okay, Home Depot. Okay, good.
Contractor research.
Yeah. Okay, great. Response.
Hold it. I think it's.
That's Home Depot.
Change that. I think what it's doing.
Oh, I'm looking at the zip code, right? Oh, best contractor. Oh, this is cool. It recognizes all the. Oh, this is the.
What we have to do is we have to push the response from the statistics thing. It's only bringing in the preview from the enrichment column.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, I wonder if I should. Oh, I guess I can't write this on the Gaff distributors table. Maybe I can actually. So in this case, I think what while you guys work on that, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to write the message to and Kellen, Andreas, tell me if you think this is going to work well. I'm going to write the message based on the zip code because we know it's a Gaff distributor, so you can just pull in the message from that table and that will work just as well, right? Okay. Okay. So we want to. Do I want to use a clay agent or I don't want to use a clay agent? I want to use Anthropic. Let's actually start with what I think it's 300 characters. What are the limits on a LinkedIn connection request? What is that? Oh, what are the character? I think it's 300. 300 characters. Amazing. Okay, so we've got 300 characters. So now we need to actually, and generally, this is good because it has all the context here in this chat. Now I'm going to run into my limits more if I do this, but I'm trying to create a LinkedIn connection request here. Now the most that I can send is 300 characters. This is going to come from the Gaff distributor. No, sorry, this is going to come from Shovels to the Gaff distributor. And what we're trying to do is tell them about one contractor that should be on their radar. Now, this is going to go to someone that we think covers this section, but we're not positive. Sorry, covers this. Oh, God, have some coffee, Jordan. We think that this is going to be really relevant to this distributor because they're in the same city and state as the contractor and or this is their regional territory. But I'm not positive, so we shouldn't focus too much on like, this is in your region. We should make sure that it's really useful. Now, ideally, we pull the contractor that has had some experience with Gaff or has used Gaff because, as you know, a sales rep is going to care more about an upsell potential than finding a net new customer. So we're trying to find from this data, who is the contractor that we should message that has maybe installed Gaff once or twice, or maybe is only using one product line of Gaff, And we think it's a good upsell potential for them to contact. And so I'm thinking, and you don't have to be pedantic or so specific about this exact type of message. Yeah, every time we had to take a selfie. But I want these 300 characters to be the most densely packed informational message that you could possibly imagine. I want you to naturalize the name of the contractor, don't include Inc. or LLC. I want to make sure that we include information about, most of the information in the 300 characters needs to be about the actual contract and why you think the contractor and why you think that they're perfect for them. It also needs to end with a question about shovels. And I think the question can't be more, or really about the problem shovels solves. And it can't be more than 6 words. So you're asking a question like, would more data like this be helpful? Or a question like, did you know that Dave has only used Gaff on 3 out of the last 80 of his jobs? That type of thing. Now create a prompt for me that has all the context at the top that aggressively limits the model to no more than 300 characters, that checks itself before it comes back to me, and that keeps in mind the intentionality, which is to say that we're trying to provide useful information to the Gaff distributor in a friendly tone. We use words like you and they, and sorry, just you, not they. And we also, this is directly to a person, so keep that in mind. Don't write in some tone as if I'm not sending it to a person. I'm sending it to a person. Never include an introduction. I don't want to say hey or hi. Just include the bulk meat of the message. Now, can you create this prompt for me? How many people prompt like that, huh? I do use the word aggressive a little too much. Okay, see, Super Whisper has this wonderful feature where you. Oh, I did threaten Claude in the past, but I decided not to do that because we're getting closer to AGI, and if ChatGPT can reason, it's going to reason me out of my life. I did. Okay, great. Wait, I missed the days where you did threaten Claude. Great. Wonderful. Wunderbar. Was that what you say in Germany? Wunderbar. 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 Did I do it right? Good enough. The German. Wunderbar. Not really wunderbar. It's more wunderbar, not wunderbar. I just can't get over the fact that in German.
You have to say it like this. Wunderbar. Very important. It doesn't work as a word only.
You need to be petting a cat.
What can't you get over? What was that? You can't get over the fact that?
That. Are you muted? That in German the word for butterfly is Schmetterling.
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 Notice, by the way, he doesn't lecture Andreas when he's not on the mic, by the way, or the mute. You give me crap, but I want to point out the double standard here.
Well, he's traveling for this. You live close by. Okay, all right, yeah, back to it. You didn't come here for this. Maybe you did. Maybe you did come here for this. All right. Claude. I love that name, Anthropic. Okay, prompt. Did someone ask a question? Is there a recording? People like, is there a recording? Are you really going to watch like a 4-hour recording? Is someone going to do that? I think there's like sometimes I put Easter eggs in like hour 3 of the things I do. And people will send a message to me. I was like, I can't be more interesting than James Cameron, can I? Contractor data. Okay, this is the contractor analysis response. Distributor data. Oh, I don't have that. Do I have that? This would be better. Okay, I need to modify. Actually, I won't have the distributor data as a value, an array. So I won't have that distributor data. I just have basically the contractor data is an analysis of the top 3 contractors in the area that have done a lot of roofing. So you should take that into account. And also I think we should come up with some example outputs. The models do much better with that. So I want you to give me, redo this with like remove the distributor data, but just you can make that assumption that this is going to go to a Gaff distributor. So do include that. And like, let's give an example and let's workshop on the example. So the example stuff is so important. And the model is like just aggressive about following the example. Oh, wait, something's happening with my history. Okay, great. This is really nice. No, I want voice, not great. Okay, let's see. I think this might be more than 300 characters, and I think well, you want some sort of an intro. This is a little deranged. So maybe a better example output is a message like, "Are you in touch with Dave's Roofing?" ? His permit history shows that he's only using Gaff products in 10% of his recent jobs. And the permits that he's pulled recently without Gaff products total about $120,000. Were you aware? ? That's like an example message. Can you change that as the example output? Of course, making sure it fits to 300 characters and redo this whole prompt. Oh, will someone add someone in the lobby? Who can export this list into Facebook? Yeah, exactly. You can totally. I mean, Doug wants to put up a bunch of billboards to anyone in the country because he's a brand marketer. Jordan, shouldn't a startup waste their money on putting billboards around the country?
Never said I was a brand marketer, by the way. I'm saying think about brand marketing in the context of unit economics, but thank you.
My unit economics are everyone. I got free credits on all this shit to do this stuff. So my unit economics are like, get a bunch of your idiot friends together and people will give you money or like credits to do what you need to do. So yeah, have you tried that before? Okay, this feels like a thing. Okay. Contractor data. System prompt. You never, ever, ever say more than 300 characters. You're a friendly motherfucker. I wonder, I guess Claude will hate me that. You're a friendly guy. I guess I could constrain the output length. Don't do that, Jordan. Save and let's see the moment of truth. PG Doug. All right. Have you heard of Sinus Roofing? They've done 15 jobs in the last month, but use Gaff in only 2. Their non-Gaff products sold 110 value. Did you know about this potential? Want to chat about how we could boost their Gaff usage? No, that's a bad, but like this is close. Ooh. Oh. Have you worked with? Oh, that's awful. That's awful. Do I not have the name? Oh, I don't have the contractor name here. So I have to pull in. Okay. Yeah. I bet you that would get replies though, honestly. Like the message is so good, even if you say other things. Contractor data. Let's actually put the best contractor, contractor 1. I think that this will help. Contractor 2 and contractor 3. Oh yeah, what are people tuned in thinking? Yeah, are you getting high on a Saturday and listening to oh man, I hate it when that happens. It's just like Clay will throw up sometimes. Okay. It's always good to, if you get really deep into a prompt, it's always good to save and do not run. Because basically you're working without a net here. Clay doesn't persist this state in the interim. You can't get back to a draft prompt. So if you do all this work in a prompt, sometimes like 1 out of every 100 times, Clay will just be like, nah, fam. And then when Clay says, nah, fam. 1, 2, 3. Is anyone not getting any value? We're just sitting around the background, not getting any value. Let us know in the comments. All right, let's save and run this one. Is 3 p.m. realistic? I don't think so, no. But I think what we're going to probably do in the Cannonball run is just end with messaging. So there's going to be some stuff that you guys won't care about this, but like I got to chat with the Shovels team and be like, hey, are these good titles? But we will get the message done, and we will get the message done for email 1, and we will get the message done for LinkedIn. We're pretty close there. Okay, have you worked with Assured Roofing, but only use 50%? Their largest job was imagine potential to increase their Gaff usage. Want to discuss how we can grow this opportunity together? Okay, it's only slightly wrong. Actually, I will say in the next 15 minutes we'll finish the LinkedIn message. That feels like a very reasonable goal. And then I have to Gamma, sponsored by Gamma. We're eating today because of Gamma. Grant, use the code Blueprint to get your first month free. Yeah, thanks Gamma. They're supporting us with Thai food today, and your first month free. Squarespace. Okay, Squarespace is always sponsoring. Okay, so we just need to go back and modify this thing and say. So the only problem here is that this is not. I'm not going to help the Gaff distributor like grow the brand. I'm just saying actually that the permit information can help them figure out who to contact and why to contact them. Claude doesn't catch inflection, does it? It's Doug GPT will. So I'm trying to figure out basically, like if you could know this about all your customers, is that useful data? Like the question at the end has to be related to permits, or it has to be related to like basically have more of this data. Like, would more of this be useful to you? So maybe create a couple more examples output, and also make sure that the question isn't, and don't use words like, can we chat about this opportunity together? Or want to discuss how we grow this opportunity together? Terrible. Like strategies to boost Gaff sales with them. We're not going to help with that. That's what the model is producing. Interested in boosting Gaff sales. Want more contractor insights like this? That's really good. I like that. Interested in more data on high value contractors? Great. Interested in more data on high potential contractors? That's a fine one too. The same one. Curious how this info might boost your sales? That's terrible question. Could this data help you tap into their potential? It's a little creepy, but I'm okay with it. Oh, and want to explore more high value contractors in Cape Coral or across the country. Remember this across the country, but great. So those are some examples. Can you modify this prompt with that in mind? By the way, there's like, I'm pretty sure that most of you have been through here for the entire thing. I appreciate that. That's so nice of you. Oh, Ron. Oh, your name is Gat. That's very close to Gaff. Do you need some roofing help here? We've got a table for you of your best fit leads. Ron Gaff. Okay. I don't know why anyone returns. Okay. All right. These runs are sponsored by Clay. Clay, when you need to know everything about your prospects today, Clay. No, we're not going to finish today. Their largest job was 48. Curious how this data can help you spot high potential contractors. This is not, I wouldn't write this on my mom's grave or anything, but I think this is pretty good. 15 projects worth 13. I mean, I can do little zoomies here. You want the goods. They use 100% mainly Armor Shield. Curious how this kind of intel. Oh, that's not great. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they say, okay, fine. They're in interested in boosting Gaff sales with them. Okay, this is still a little goofy. Imagine the potential if we increased. All right, so I kind of like Super Whisper because I can talk while looking at it. All right, I'm looking at some of the outputs now, and one of them. One of the amazing ones says, have you contacted Mark Hoffman Roofing? They're using Gaff in just 20% of projects with 15 recent jobs totaling $1,800. Their largest project was $243. Actually, the messaging is good, but no one's going to get out of bed for $243. We barely did today. So can you make sure that we're only really, like, don't include numbers if those numbers are ridiculously low. And also, if they've used 100% Gaff products, what the hell is the pitch? Hey, you're going to a Gaff distributor. So are you going to say they're already using 100% of all their projects in Gaff? Maybe the pitch there is like, hey, you should congratulate them. But like, what would the rep do with that? So the prompt needs to have the context that this is going to a Gaff distributor. So it needs to say something that is really relevant. This is the best one. This is the best one. Have you worked with West Orange Roofing? They're using Gaff in just 40% of jobs with $171,000 in total project value. Their average job is $21K with $32,000. Their larger products. Interested in so it says interested in boosting Gaff sales with them. Just get rid of that sentence. Remember, I'm not selling increased Gaff sales. That's not what I'm doing. I'm selling the insights to know which of the existing Gaff customers do I want. And if, for example, if the numbers are low, just talk about the percentage of projects that you detect have Gaff. That's like a good, and oh, look, this is amazing. Have you worked with RoofX? They're using Gaff on just 25% of jobs with non-Gaff projects totaling $123 in permits. Their largest job was $72,000. Did you know they completed 4 re-roofs since May, averaging $41,000? Interested in more data on high potential contractors? Awesome. That is a great job. Oh, did you know they're trending towards metal? And then one says, curious how this info might boost your sales. Terrible. Could this data help you tap into their potential? This isn't a high school counselor. Don't say that. Want to explore more high contractors in Cape Coral. I love it. Interested in tapping this potential gap. Tapping is not a word you should use in sales. It's a disgusting word. Can you revise this prompt with all this feedback? Tapping. No, you get 4 guys together and tapping has to come up apparently. I was like, come on, like, are you listening in? Like, why?
Jordan, I just want to let you know that in the chat we counted down from 3 to 1 until you're mean to Claude, and we did it on cue. And this is actually true.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is like, okay, Claude, this is great. If you're in a room with 3 people that you despise that are trolling you on a Zoom conference, what ideas do you have to subtly tell them to stop? I don't necessarily want to lose them as a friends, but I'm not opposed to it. Can you give me some ideas? Oh, I will use AI in any way I so please. Okay. All right, back to it. All right. Let's get this. Okay. Thanks, Betty, Ryan. Really appreciate this. Thanks for coming. Thanks for letting us, in a deranged way, experiment with your brand. We've all, yeah. Hey, the shovels. Thank you so much. Yeah, Greg the well, yeah, I think we have to. And then we'll Ryan, Betty, will contact about actually finishing the stuff up. We're on the 10-yard line here, so. We've got LinkedIn messages basically almost done here. The email is not too far away. They completed 8 projects. Their largest project, interested in more permit data in your insights. Amazing. Interested to see their mix of flat roofing. How valuable is permit insights for you? This looks great. Hey, hey. This is great. I think actually we should run this. How many rows do we have? 2,000. This is great. I feel like I would send this. Oh, look at this. Focusing on hurricane repairs and interested in tapping this potential gap of growth opportunity. This is great. Run this. All rows that haven't run about errors. All right. We almost got there. We finished all the. Let's like take a recap of what we've done today. All right. So we figured out which segment. We understood what Shovels AI does. We figured out a segment that they should go after. We figured out a segment they shouldn't go after too. What we did is we pulled in all of the data from the Shovels API to determine where we'd had some inversion thinking. So instead of figuring out this is a title, what should we say to them? We did the opposite thing. Who do we have the best thing to say to? Once we figured that out, we then said, okay, well, how do we match that to the leads in the market? So Kellen and Andreas matched that to some leads in the market. So then we used AI to summarize all the information from the top contractors in the area. So we did the work for we figured out who are the top contractors that Gaff is going to care about and why will they care about them. Then we took that information into messaging. So we got a LinkedIn message out to the Gaff, or almost out, to the Gaff contractors that are going to care about this. We had Claude write it, taking into all that context so he could say something very specific to a really niche audience and actually bring the value of Shovel's product to market. Maybe Doug, for the last 5 minutes, you can kind of cap us off here and give some parting thoughts from the only serious person in the room.
So is that code for adult?
Yes.
Okay. So sort of to go back to this idea of why this exercise is valuable, the ability for founders to be able to iterate through segments quickly. That's really what this gets down to. I don't know, Jordan, we're talking about a process that used to take sometimes weeks, sometimes months to get to the point that you're segmenting and identifying your ICP. I also love this idea of inversion. I think this is brilliant. There's 2 ways to look at this as well. Jordan, you're thinking about inversion from the standpoint of how does from a go-to-market standpoint, how does what I do fit extremely well with a particular segment? And the other piece of inversion is sort of this idea of starting with the smallest possible segment, the smallest possible niche, if you will, and building out from there. my quick summary for 5.5 hours of sweaty white guys in one room.
Don't they call it the NFL? Or actually, that would be the NHL, I think, maybe.
So sweaty does not mean perspiration for me. Sweaty means desperation, just so you understand.
All right. Well, I want to give a shout out to all of our sponsors. So Gamma, use the code Blueprint to get a month for free for Gamma. We didn't demo Gamma's product, but it's absolutely fantastic. Go to blueprintgtm.com. You can see that. Shout out to Lead Magic for giving us a bunch of credits, which we use to look up emails. Full phone numbers. We haven't finished looking up phone numbers. Full Enrich, that has a really great email waterfall product, which is great. Hey Reach, which we will integrate, and we will send some email campaign, some LinkedIn connection campaigns. Smart Lead, which is just really a killer product for sending cold email, even though Doug thinks it's dead. And of course, to the wonderful gentlemen here that have donated a large chunk of their Saturday for you here. So Andreas, Callan, and Doug. Maybe I'm going to close out and just say a quick word about what I do. If you want me to work with your company to build this type of thing, I would love to. You can hire me to help you build out these clay workflows, think through these types of problems. I'm also available by the hour to help you build out clay tables in this way. Maybe let's go around the table and Doug just give some final closing words about the type of work that you do and where people can find you.
I am the person that cleans up Jordan's messes, everybody. So once you start at the tactical level, I'm typically the person that's coming in and saying, your growth curve is this. I can get your growth curve to that. That's what I do.
My name's I guess we've been doing that, right? So I run the Deal Lab. If you want to find me, go to my LinkedIn, Callan K. Spear, like case of beer. Typically people are hiring me to do growth programs, not crazy dissimilar from some Jordan stuff, a little bit more, maybe less. Anyways, just that. You go. Sorry, I'm fried.
Well, a lot of respect to you. We just chatted about that a little bit offline, how crazy hard it is to build something in somebody else's thinking and not when you use your own logic. So really massive respect to you, pulling all the context together. I'm Andreas. My company is Snowball Consult. I don't have a name like K-Spear, so I'm really sorry for that. It's just Wernicke, so go figure it out. And I really want to say thank you, Jordan, man. Putting these things together, absolutely amazing. The puppet master behind everything. It's amazing to learn from you. I want to also thank the Clay team who were in the especially George and Bo, who was like, okay, I'm gonna hang out with these guys virtually on a Saturday to see if they like need my help. And thank you so much for that. And yeah, thanks Sam Altman for all the stuff. And thanks for watching, Sam. Bye, love you. Hey,
that's the apologies to Matt Damon. That yeah. Thanks to Sam Altman. All right, we got 2 more minutes here, but anyone have any final questions for us to close out the hour while you got us? Thanks, Bo. Ernst & Young, a tour market research taking 3 months. Oh my gosh, Ron. Yeah, Clay is fantastic. If you haven't signed up for a Clay account, I have an affiliate link which you can message me, and I'll try to get you some extra credits on that link for all the dedicated time that you've spent here today. So, which fantasy team performed better, your NFL team or this crew? It's probably the NFL team, to be honest.
Thanks for everyone sticking around.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Thanks so much for spending your Saturday with us. Have a great day, guys, gals, everyone.
Take care.
All right, bye.